Great.
Yeah.
I think that was that a start? I think it was, guys. Did they not call it?
No.
All right, so we did make it. We did barely make it. This is part of the 2015 Moth World Championship. And right over there, we've got Australia 7. I believe that's Rob Goff with a nice start. You've got Anthony Katoon as well down here at the pin end. Now, folks, this is a long week. We've got 7 days here on the water. And it's going to take us a long time to know who everyone is, and it takes a long time to get close enough to these moths to shoot them. But this is the Moth World Championship. It's the first time we've been able to bring it to you live in a very long time. And we're going to have a day of somewhat light air and gray skies here, but it's a nice day for us to get our live stream all ready to rock and roll. We've got a gold fleet and a yellow fleet and a blue fleet in the first 2 days of qualification. And that means that basically these guys are going to race against each other, and it's going to switch around at the end of each day until they qualify for the gold and silver fleet, where they'll get the world champion from. Obviously, the gold fleet is where the world champion will come out of. So that's the story. We are on the start line. We're going to make our way over to the gate here in a minute as soon as the fleet started. But again, with 163 boats at this world championship, the biggest in the history of the Moth class, and a light air start here, what that means is it means you get a lot of this. Okay, when I say this, I mean boats sitting around. They're 5 minutes late to the start. They're not foiling. They're trying to figure out how to get the boat going. Ronnie, you got to use headphones, buddy. And yeah, there's a lot of stories to tell, guys. And if you want to head over to facebook.com/sailinganarchy, you can start to see them develop. But we've got some interviews to show you. We've got all sorts of good things to show you. In the meantime, we're going to work our way back into this fleet and try and see a little bit of action. We've got some great people helping us out today. We've got young Charlie and Mark and Ronnie and Marie. So we got a great group with you. We got some new cameras and new gear, and it's just going to take us a little while to get it sorted. But again, the last time we did this was Dubai. No one's done live coverage of the Moth since then, and we're very excited, thanks to Sperry Topsider, to get a chance to bring it to you right now. Wind is 8 knots out of the southeast, I think. So these are their marks down here.
Yep.
So why don't we go turn around and go forward and kind of creep in through these guys that are floating around. I mean, they're not even, I don't even know what's going on here. Yep. You can get pretty close to them in this light air.
Between 20 and 30 frames per second. I don't know why it's up to 30, but do you want me to try to load energies onto the computer? Because I think that might risk crashing it during the race, or should we just send it?
I don't think it will. I think it's actually a wire test.
I'm going to try.
Yeah.
I've got my other laptop monitoring.
Yep.
And I'll let you know if the feed goes down.
Yep.
Right now, the feed is up.
Got it. All right, we're going to be just messing around with a few things. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to bring to you live, and we really do appreciate you joining us here. But we're going to try a few things with the computer. Just bear with us for a little while if you see things happening. And we're going to get this camera off the mount and see if we can show you a little bit more of what's going on here. We're actually going to get rid of this. Can you get rid of this tripod? I don't think there's any real reason for it. All right.
We can bring that back down here.
Ronnie, if you have a lower thirds for me and for the sponsor logos, I'm going to get on in a second.
All right, just bring it up.
Okay, so just go and sit there or stand there and then shoot me. Can you see me okay?
Yeah.
You can let me know when. Look at all this gear, guys. We're really kitted up here for this World Championship. I'll tell you that much. Ronnie, you got stuff to run? Turn and show these guys. Look at that. There are so many kids out on the water and on the beach watching these moths go, and these kids, you know, yeah.
I've got your name on screen.
Perfect.
Barry, men's line honors, and then SF.
Copy. You know, you guys, you remember as a kid, if you're into sailing as a kid, when you watched the Whitbread or 87 in Fremantle or one of these things that made that impression on you, this regatta, this is what does it for these kids today. These kids are going to be inspired. You can look at their faces, and it makes them want to go sail more and sail faster and sail harder. And it's the thing I'm happiest about right now. The guy holding the camera right now is 14 years old and a sailor. And down here at Sorrento Sailing Couta Boat Club, it is just unbelievable. The level of interest here, not only amongst some incredible sailors from all over Australia, but also from just hundreds and hundreds of junior sailors. So flip the camera around here for me, Charlie. If you don't know me already, my name is Mr. Clean. That's not my real name, but you don't need to know my real name. And I'm here with Sailing Anarchy to bring you coverage of the Moth World Championship live from Sorrento, Australia. It's actually the McDougall and McConaughey Moth World Championship, sponsored by the guys who build the dominant boat here and really in the Moth class throughout the last half a decade. It is an absolute pleasure to be here on behalf of Sperry Topsider. 80 years of Sperry Topsider in America and around the world now, and a company founded by a pretty anarchistic guy, Paul Sperry, who shook off the shackles despite being a brilliant sort of businessman and a entrepreneur. Shook off the shackles, sailed around the world, and created the boat, the boat shoe bottom that we still all use today, regardless of what we've got. So check them out at SperryTopsider.com and stay tuned for some great announcements from them, along with a whole new campaign. Also, big thanks to Bob Hillier at Line Honors Yacht Racing Outfitters. Check them out at LineHonors.com, the Musto dealer for all the Midwest of America, and just the guy that you need at the very last minute, if that's what it takes to get you the best gear. And I mean, Flex Fit caps that people are just going crazy for here. I've already given them all away. Anyway, there's the sponsors. Of course, Sailing Anarchy, the world's most awesome website about sailing, 4 million readers last year all over the world. And I'll get a little background here. I'm sure it won't be too long before the front runners come around. One of the hallmarks of a Moth fleet, especially a World Championship fleet in Australia, where it's an open entry, there's no qualification, so anyone can come out. The difference between the back of the fleet, where there's still guys upside down on the line here, and the front of the fleet, where they'll take about 20 minutes to cover, what is it, 1.2? 1.4 to cover 2.8, 5.6 miles, and they take about 20 minutes. They go about 16, so in this breeze, sort of 14 to 17 knots upwind, 18 to 22 downwind. As soon as the breeze pops up, like tomorrow, they'll go twice that speed downwind. I mean, 30 knots is not unheard of even during a race. So that's the Moth Worlds. There's the intro. We're gonna be covering the boats going around here in just a minute, and Marie is already looking at the sail numbers to try and figure out who's winning. Again, you can go check out Moth Worlds. Go to facebook.com/mothworlds for some awesome videos and pictures from Thierry Martinez and Bo Outteridge. Let me take a look and see. Let me take a look for a second. Let's see what our settings are like. Oh, that's better. Nice and bright there. So that looks like that actually looks like Nathan. That's got a lot of. Can you see what the sail number that is there, young Charlie?
That looks like Adam. It's not copy. It's got the wrong post.
Okay, we got our first boat. For the first few guys, you can be pretty close as long as you see what their ley line is. You know, it's the guys near the back that you got to worry about. It is Nathan.
It's Nathan. Yeah.
All right, so
You know which coast we're on, man. We're on yellow.
there. How's that look, Ronnie?
Just hold on a second.
Is it popping?
Never mind. Audio is good. You just went quiet for half a minute.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Nathan Outteridge, first around. All right, that's close enough right there. And this is a nice lead. This is a serious lead. This is no joke. We picked him for the overall. Ronnie was some, it wasn't too tough a call, the two-time world champion and the current reigning world champion. But look at Nathan, so smooth, so relaxed. He was in the boat park talking to sorts of people, but we had young Orlando, 6-year-old yacht designer and builder, or a pram designer and builder. People just getting autographs, and Nate is gone. He's heading out all the way to the right. You know, he'll go out and just get out of the way with a lead like that. The key here, he's already tacked, kept it on the foils. Just as soon as I said that.
Alan, I'm good on the Nathan interview if you want to switch to it.
I'm not. We're gonna stick with some. We're gonna stick. This looks like maybe Josh. Os3, is it? Okay, it is. So, Joshy McKnight, also part of our top 3 pick. Here he comes, 25 years old, I think, 24 years old. Perfect little, perfect foiling jibe there. And no drama. That looks like Johnny G. That'll be Johnny Goldsberry with the baby blue sail, right?
I'm going to monitor the live feed more, so warn me if you're going to do anything.
Copy. Come on, Johnny. Yeah, that looks definitely like a Johnny G move right there. Coming down off the foils for that, but here he goes. Johnny Goldsberry, you see those neon green foils? Johnny was working till midnight helping a couple of other Mothies out with their foils. Rob Goff, another phenomenal sailor. Rob's done pretty well. This is Chris Draper right here. So Chris Draper comes around behind Johnny G. Here's Draper.
Burling's just there, rounding the mark.
Burling after, and then, well, who's 7 there? And Rob Goff around behind Burling. So this is Japan 3389, it looks like. This is a nice camera I bought, I'll tell you that. Boy, you can see the boys headed up the course. Coming behind, 4300, looks like Andrew MacDougall. A-Mac himself, the builder of the Mach 2, the guy behind this massive resurgence in the class, in a way. Looks like Arno Sarcophagus, probably. And then we start to get into the thick part of the fleet. How about 4164? Who's that? USA, isn't it? No, yeah, USA 4164. Patrick Wilson from Charleston. We've got Anthony Catoon here going around with the ISV Virgin Islands number. And then we're starting to see
Oz 3990. Hull number 107.
Will Phillips.
Will Phillips 107.
So,
all right, here comes Will Phillips.
91.
Ben Mooney. Guy we said was working on that foil till midnight last night. There's a video up on Sailing Anarchy Facebook. You can watch them work on that foil. See how they for these boats. It's pretty interesting stuff. Les Thorpe, Moth designer and builder. So here, I want you to take a look at this, Charlie. So you saw how I was doing that at all? So you basically, this can go away. But you see, even if you're zoomed in, it's got such a good little image stabilization. This is how you film it. You just use your body and kind of do that. You see, we can get pretty close to him. You see, this is the actual standard shot.
Yeah.
So you can see, if you do it right, you can stay pretty close with him, all right?
Uh-huh.
And the key is to have one hand kind of cradling it like this and one hand over here, or you can have one hand over here. Give it a shot. And I made that brighter.
Just here, 4129. USA
Oh, he called a bad one. Who is that? Is that
Andy Hort.
Andy Hort? Okay, so here, let's take a look over here. No, it's a different one? Here, take a look at this New Zealand boat that's in the water. Just watch how you ride a moth. It's very easy to lay them over. If you're good, if you practice 1,000 times, like most of these guys, you can just get right back on, pop it back up, and away you go. So it's very light here, but you should be able to get it to go. Probably have to sail up a little bit to get enough power to put it up on the foils. And then once it's on the foils, it's a pretty easy thing to get going again. Now this is 2 laps, correct?
2 laps. Okay.
3 laps? Do we know?
2 with the beat to finish.
2 with a beat to finish. We need to go to the finish now. So we need to go outside the course and make our way up there as quick as possible.
I'll confirm that with the start boat.
Okay.
I'm sure it's 2 with the beat.
You can call them on the radio.
Yeah.
So we're just going to check on the course here, make sure that it's. One of the really interesting things here is all the aero fairings, which has been the buzzword for this Moth Worlds. You know, just like in the America's Cup, aerodynamics is huge, and some of the guys have gone to significant lengths to clean up the aero, clean up the carbon tubes and the.
We're staying here.
This is the finish. Great. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get probably just outside the committee boat.
Just a little bit further down.
Yeah, because I think they're going to go.
Is Outteridge still leading?
I believe he is. Yeah, I mean, he was leading by a long way. So I am. It's all right. So you can set up a finish card.
I've already got a Nathan Outteridge wins qualifying race 1.
Great, beautiful. Ronnie's on it. Ronnie's on it. You know, as I do whenever I'm bored, I make it about us, and we've got a pretty spectacular team here. We've got a Transpac winner, single-handed Transpac winner over here. We've got a couple of world champions on the other boat, and another world champion coming in to do co-commentary tomorrow. So hopefully we can bring a really interesting week of coverage for the most interesting boat there is. So that's at the mark there. Crashing is that would be Dave Loring, 2-time or 3-time Sunfish world champion from Charleston, South Carolina. The U.S., the second biggest contingent here at the Moth Worlds. We've actually got someone going through a finish. No, that's not right. So what's the far end of the? Oh, it's going to be this boat here.
Yeah.
Copy. Okay. So you can be as close as humanly possible to this boat. So gradually make your way, over there. Or you can be on the outside of the other boat if it's easier. It's better background over here. And again, this is not the America's Cup TV. This is like the real world. And we work on small gear so that we can afford to bring you this stuff, obviously, because no one's got $10 million or whatever to throw on TV production for a Moth Worlds. In fact, there's about 20 sailors here who are being paid in some way or another. There's 5 Team New Zealand sailors and a bunch of Artemis Racing sailors and Luna Rossa and so on. But the vast majority of people, even photographers, even the media people, come here are doing it for fun, not for money. This is the class that the world's top sailors go to enjoy their sailing, to give them back a charge and all that excitement. That's me. We've got 10 women, I think, as well. It's amazing, Os 1. So Nathan Outteridge first around the top mark and on his way back to the bottom. As you can see here, we've still got plenty of boats. that have not even rounded the bottom mark. So it's pretty typical. You know, you've generally got, in this fleet, you'll have boats lapped before they get to the bottom mark, almost always. Even in the silver fleet, you'll have boats lapped during a 4-lap race. And the distances that these guys can cover when one boat is going 15 or 20 knots and the other boat's going, you know, upside down, they're pretty substantial. A little bit of low riding here. And we will be able to get you the finishes, fortunately, of at least the first few boats. We've got a crack crew here with, I don't know, we've got an IT wizard and a scientist and a single-handed sailor and a 14-year-old Optimist State Team member from Victoria. Amongst the other notables here, Loic Perron. Everyone likes to talk about Loic because he's just such a character, but Loic Perron, who just smashed the Route de Rome single-handed on a 140-foot trimaran. Got 2 America's Cup 72 helmsmen here. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Jan was on the Spindrift. Yeah. And he lost to Loic. My bad. Close as you like, mate. But we've got 2 America's Cup 72 helmsmen here and like 5 or 6 America's Cup 45 helmsmen. 3999, is that Rashley right there? Can you look that up for me? GBR, or no, that's AUS 3999.
Tim Ford Smith.
Tim Ford Smith. Excellent. One of the things that we spend whenever we've covered these events, whether the Gorge, the Moths at Hawaii, the Moths at Dubai, is you really, because they go by so fast, you need to have good visual cues to see who's who. Because by the time you look up the sail numbers, half the time it's over. So we try and encourage the guys all to have unique trampolines and stickers and whatnot. And when we see a nice bright white boat, we like to know who that is because that's going to stand out for us down the road. You'll notice guys like Nathan Outteridge who are here as pros and who this is really as good, as much of a maintaining your brand as it is I love to sail and I want to do well. Those guys make sure that everyone can see them coming from a mile away. It's good for the fans and spectators, of which you'd be shocked how many there are. I think, you know, you have an event like this in America, and yeah, the people in the know will be there, but you don't have throngs of people just coming through all day long, and all these kids and they come here for autographs. There to there, or there to the...
Out to the pin.
Out to the pin is the finish line. Are you sure about that?
Well, I'm looking at the scorers, and they're all sitting on this side, looking out towards the
Guys,
start.
is that pin the finish? This is the finish. Thank you.
That is good.
All right. So we are just about right on the finish line. We got a little bit of current moving left to right. Maybe about what, half a knot? About half a knot left to right. It is a chilly day in Sorrento. This is definitely not what we're for, but I can guarantee you the breeze is coming. Hopefully tomorrow. It looks like it should be here tomorrow. Looks like the sun comes back out in a couple days, but it's amazing. We got here and it was sunny and beautiful, and the next day it was pissing and cold and gray, and none of us has the gear for it, and we're just hoping that the real Mornington Peninsula shows up here soon, because I just don't have the clothing. I do have some beautiful clothing thanks to Line Honors Yacht Racing Outfitters, but just not the warm stuff. I left my 150 volunteers for this event. That's half what it takes to run the 400 boat or 300 and change boat Charleston Race Week. So that's a pretty substantial output. And look at this beautiful race committee boat. Let's just take a look at them for a second, Charlie. It's a gorgeous race committee boat. What kind of boat is that there, Mark?
It's built by the Wooden Boat Shop to a club specification. It was built by the Wooden Boat Shop for a club specification. A couple of years old, beautiful boat built by Tim Phillips and team.
One of the really most amazing wooden boat shops you've ever seen that restores and takes care of all these Couta boats, and yeah, beautiful stuff. There's so much to see and do down here in Australia, and you know, you don't have to. I just got here from Abu Dhabi, where a lot to do in a different way. Here everything's about the outdoors, everything. We've got our leader coming in here right now. Actually, there's Nathan right there. So remember, we don't know what's going on the other course. I believe that double world champion Borgulari is on the other course, as well as a couple other guys that are in our top picks. There's Tom Slingsby. But this guy right here, he's got this one. Nathan Outteridge coming in hard. Pivot the boat a little bit this way. And here he comes for the win. A little bit of a wave. And there you go. Nathan Outteridge, the reigning world champion, takes the first one. As, who is this? France 408.
4065. I think it's Anthony Brazil.
Anthony. Well, that's.
Doing like a Grand Prix finish.
Yeah. Anthony Brasseur? Hold on. France 065, I think it was. Ah, okay. Right. So those were not, that was not the next to finish. That was someone who came around to finish Grand Prix. Right. So here, explain this for you. So if the guy in first place wins and there are boats behind him that are on the lap before, they still finish at that same mark right after him, just like in the Indy 500 or in Formula One or any of these things, and they get their place locked in based on that finish. It's complicated, and it takes a mountain of scorers, actually. The idea was that, is this here? This should be Chris Rashley, who I believe is going to come in second place. You got the blue boat? Yeah.
That's Chris Draper.
Sorry, Chris Draper, not Rashley. So Draper, you can see sailing really deep to try and get through the finish here. Got it. I believe Chris Draper will be second. It's, again, a little bit of a crapshoot because you just never know what's going on unless you're really following it. I think Japan 3989 is on his second lap. I think everyone after this will be on their second lap. Maybe not everyone. But we do have, I didn't see Josh. Oh, I did not see McKnight. Did you guys?
Rob just came through the finish.
Rob Goff comes through the finish line, maybe third or fourth, but I definitely did not see McKnight. He's got that purple, the purple claw marks on that sail. Oh, I'll tell you what. While we wait for, oh wait, here's Joshy. Let's just, yeah, Josh is actually coming in now. So there's actually quite a little battle here between 4027, I think it is, and McKnight. And you're watching 4027, I believe, which is that ISV, Anthony Katoon. So here's a great little battle here. Joshy McKnight, Anthony Katoon. Joshy right now, yeah, you got them both? So Josh just jibed on top of Katoon. He's going to take him out. Look at how close that is. So Josh McKnight just ahead of Anthony Katoon. Katoon with a really nice comeback there, and that's how Anthony plays it. J24, Melgus 24, Melgus 32 world champion. The kid can flat out sail, even though he doesn't, when you look at him, he doesn't look like some of these big buff guys. The guy can flat out sail. But I think we'll take you to a little chat with Nathan Outteridge and give our young cameraman a hand and let you see what Nathan had to say this morning. For hours and hours here. What's going on?
I just thought, been doing quite a bit of sailing on the boat the last few days, and it's just always nice to have a check over the boat before the event starts. And I was just pulled the wings apart just to see if there's any cracks in them. I had cracks all in the front of my wing bars, and a few people have been breaking various bits and pieces. So I just did the full birthday on the boat today and pulled it apart, replaced nearly every rope, every system, and hopefully it all works tomorrow, first day.
Well, I mean, you've had a habit of being able to overcome some of the defects, but you put a lot of time into this boat. Can you sort of tell us a couple? Is it special?
It is special. Like, I think in Hawaii it was brand new. It was stock standard. It's the same boat as Hawaii. And then hailing, it was pretty much standard. And then I had a bit of time since hailing. So, everyone's been trying to put more rake into the rigs to help depower. So by doing that, you get the clue lower, and we had to put a cut in the boom so I can get under. My back's not as flexible as it used to be, so trying to get under the boom is quite important. And in doing that, we put a lever on the boom to help with the vang, the loads, and then I cut the mast stump, lowered all the stuff down to try and help with the centre of gravity or the centre of effort, trying to get it down. And then just made a bunch of different aero fairings and bits and pieces. So, and obviously painted it blue and on it again. So.
Would it make a would it be a big deal to you to win an Australian Nationals and a World Championship here in your home country?
Yeah, it would be for sure. I think the reason why we're all here, well, a lot of the top guys is here to win. I've had 2 firsts and 2 seconds, so I'd definitely like to keep it on the podium. I think by far it's going to be the hardest event in any Moth fleet I've ever sailed in. 170 boats. Just if you damage anything, you're going to get a lot of points next to your name, whereas in the past, if you damage something, you get a few less. So I think it's going to be tough, and we've had some really good racing here, and I'm just excited for it all to start tomorrow.
You got a sentimental top 3?
We were talking about this last night and I reckon my top 3 is Tom Slingsby, Pete Burling, and myself is what I've put it in. So we'll see how we go for the end of the week.
Got a dark horse, unexpected performer?
There's too many of those. I reckon Glenn Ashby is a bit of a dark horse. He hasn't had the boat very long, but I reckon he'll make the top 10 for sure.
A regatta where Glenn Ashby is the dark horse. That's a pretty stacked regatta, guys. Hey, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
No worries. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you. We are back to you live. Bring it to me, Charlie. Zoom all the way wide. All right, we're back to you live. What I want to do is encourage all of you to go ahead and either post in the comments on YouTube, which our producer Ronnie is monitoring. You can also go to Facebook and post on Sailing Anarchy Facebook page for the things that you want to talk about long term. We don't have the time or the personnel to sit there and go through Facebook all day, but we do have the lovely Meredith Block at home in Detroit, Michigan, monitoring that. So big hand and thanks to all the folks helping us all around the world. Another great place to go talk about this regatta is the Sailing Anarchy forums, and you can find a link through there on the front page of Sailing Anarchy, or just go to forums.sailinganarchy.com, go to Dinghy Anarchy, and the first thread you'll see is the Moth Worlds 2015 thread. You can talk to everyone in there. You can talk to people that are racing in this regatta. We'll be posting there every night. We've got pictures and all sorts of things going in there, and it's a good place to debate what you see here and talk about win, lose, whatever. So that's sort of the story about that stuff. We also really appreciate if you'll share the YouTube link on this live feed on your own Facebook page and make sure anyone that you know that loves sailing watches it. I know the timing is a little bit tough for a lot of you around the world, but obviously we've got hundreds of thousands of viewers in Australia of sailinganarchy.com, and we hope you'll share this with them and let them know what's going on here in Sorrento. It is quite the place, and we've got quite the team, and hopefully we'll have quite the weather, but at the moment, plenty at least to go out and sail a light air Moth regatta. This is, I'd call it 8 to maybe 10 max. Yeah, 8. Yeah, I don't see any really big puffs out there. So let's call it 8 knots, and we'll just guess that it's not really going to increase much today. They're aiming for 4 races, I believe. And if they can get them off like they got this one off, then it'll probably happen. But if they can get 4, 6, 7, 8 races, they'll be able to move from the qualifications straight to the finals. Is that about right, Mark? Can you tell us any more?
Yeah, no, you're pretty right there. We expect that the breeze will come up a little bit this afternoon, and they're expecting to get in at least another 2 races.
All right, great. So 3 races would be lovely. I think we might. I don't know. We might think about running to the other course. I'm not really that sure. How far away is the other course?
It's a 10-minute trip.
10-minute trip. Yeah. Maybe we'll stick with these guys one more time and see if Nathan can put 2 bullets in the bank. We said all along that the first time I saw Nathan Outteridge do a Moth Worlds, he went to the Gorge. He got on a boat that was basically brand new out of the box. He had never sailed it, and he went out there and got a 2nd place in a pretty tough fleet, and lost to Bora just on the last day. Anyone who's seen this kid sail knows that he can. Well, the one thing that Nathan could do maybe better than anyone else is get in any fast boat. And go and sail it at the very, very top of the fleet. In this case, he doesn't have a brand new boat that no one's touched. He has a boat that he's worked on quite a bit that looks very well sorted, has a very nice trick system of canting rig, really nice aero package, all custom aero package built over at the Artemis Racing base in Alameda, and he's got time in the boat. So he's coming in more prepared perhaps than he's been, and certainly more prepared than he was when he got 2nd at the Worlds in Oregon, even more prepared arguably than when he won at Lake Macquarie. But then again, that's home waters. These are not his home waters. These are home waters for a couple other guys. But Nathan is cream of the crop today. We'll have to check in on the other course. And I don't think these results are going to get back quickly either. I think it's going to take several hours at the end of the day for them to be calculated. And one of the things this class struggles with is how you score these fleets. The reason that they've got to do all this complicated calculation is the system that they developed to actually count these things right isn't working properly. Oh, here you go. Nice work there, Anthony. So Couta with a nice one there. It's sort of hard to tell where you finish because of the yeah. Yeah. Right on. Anthony from the Virgin Islands, and yeah, past U.S. national champion a couple times, and Anthony really one of the leaders of the U.S. Moth class with 11th Hour Racing, which is an environmental organization. They've got this great Moth in Key Largo, Florida, where they go and they train in the winter, and a whole bunch of 20, 30 U.S. Mothies and outside guys come down there. Freddie Loof was down there training last year, getting up to speed, and so yeah, really, really cool stuff. And Anthony's always willing to lend a hand, a very helpful guy in the boat park. Unless it's with the really top super secret stuff. We were looking today, you can actually see right there, you see his rig falling to leeward without the boat really moving much. That's this canting rig system these boats have. You'll see when they sail upwind, they heel the boat to weather, just like that. You can see he's showing it a little bit. He's showing a little bit. Thank you, Anthony. And they're all very proud of it. Okay. What are they saying? How long are they going to be? Saying it? See how long they're checking in.
Just checking when now.
I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and give you guys a little bit of actually. Do you have that intro highlight reel to roll?
No.
All right, you have them on the stick though.
Yes.
Okay, so let's give you a little Dave Loring from Charleston, South Carolina. He had a little chat with us yesterday about the opening ceremony and how he feels like he's going and where he thinks he's going to do and some of that American pride. Send it to Dave. Yeah, Dave Loring, part of the how many boats? 15, 16 strong U.S. contingent here at the Moth World Championship in Sorrento. What about this opening ceremony? I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
It's a little different, We got a unique story. My wife and I went to Sydney before we got here, and we went to the Sydney Opera House, kind of one of those bucket lists for us. And the guy doing their national anthem was actually singing a Beatles song while we were there. So it was pretty cool.
To a Beatles cover band, Sydney.
Beatles cover band. It was awesome. They had a big orchestra band behind them and everything. This was one of the singers there. So it was a pretty unique story.
Well, they literally opened this thing with karaoke and a Seal song. Odd stuff, but obviously a lot. They're really excited here. What do you think about this venue? What do you think about this regatta coming up?
I think the venue is awesome. This is going to be a great regatta. The facilities here are great. The sailing out there is phenomenal. I think if we continue to get the sea breezes, it's going to be blowing 15 to 20 the whole time. There's some chop out there, which makes it a little bit challenging for the Moth, but I think that's a good thing. I mean, that's the better sailors are going to win. So I think this is going to be a great place for the best Moth sail in the world to win a regatta. So that's what you kind of want out of a venue. So
I think you're a two-time Sunfish World Champion. Is that right?
Three
times. Oh, sorry about that. Where do you see yourself in this regard? Where did you walk away happy with?
I'm all over the place. I've never been to a Moth World, so this is my first. I've been sailing the boat for about a year and a half. Every day I learned something. I was getting quicker all day. I spent about 4 hours out sailing today with some guys I sailed laser against. I mean, Paul Goodison's out there. I mean, the competition here is phenomenal. So you got to take it one race at a time. I have no idea where I'm going to fall. I can tell you I was going really quick today. I feel good. I'm confident. But 70, 80 moths in a regatta. I've never started in a fleet that big. The venue's interesting. I think you'll see scores all over the place, and I think the key is just to grind out every boat. No matter where you are, pick the boats off, because I think you'll see a high-scoring winner out of this. So.
Are you a grinder?
I'm a grinder. Always have been. Let's never say die. Yeah.
Right
so
we asked everyone. You got a top. You'd like to see winner. You think he'll probably win?
I don't know enough about the guys out here, but I do see some pretty quick people. Slingsby's really fast. Burling looks good. Our boy from the U.S., Bora, was really fast in the Keys. So I'm hoping we see some U.S. guys in the top 10. Katoon is going really quick. I mean, today Katoon and I had some lineups with some of the best guys. I felt like him and I were 1, 2, 3 going really quick upwind, and then he's got the speed downwind. So I wouldn't put Katoony out of this one. I'd put him right in there.
Right on. Charleston's Dave Lauren. All right, welcome back to the Moth World Championship. Hey, let's take a look here. We've got Switzerland 3796, Arno Saraphagus, the past European champion. And Arno was maybe 4th at one of the worlds, and he is a super fast sailor. Sails on the Decision 35, sails on the AC 45, sails on all sorts of things. Arno had, and you'll see this if you go to Facebook.com/MothWorlds, you'll see he had the bent boom, which is literally they got a boom that goes from the end of the boom, goes like this, and it goes down like this all the way to the deck, and the vane comes over here, actually over here. And the point is to get the sail down to the trampoline, so you have it down to the center hull or the hull of the Moth, so you have an end plate effect. An end plate effect is when an airfoil has it touches the end of it, whatever it's got, some kind of a plate, some kind of a perpendicular surface that then increases the efficiency of the whole bottom edge of the span. You see it on jumbo jets, okay? They can't make their wings any longer because they don't fit in the terminals, so they put on those little L shapes at the end of it, all right? That's an end plate effect. It makes the air think that the wing is actually longer and more efficient than it is. That's what they're trying to do with the wing of the Moth. Interestingly enough, the foils of the Moth, the light air foil that a lot of guys will be using today, the brand new Mach 2 foil, is longer than the stock foil, and it's got a little tiny end plate on the end. It looks like this, just like let's say a Formula One wing. Okay, but very small. There's some argument whether it's in an area that's got so much sideways flow that it's not actually working, but you don't know whether it's working or not until you get to the beach and you find out who's using what, because they're all very secretive. Can't change foils on the water, but you can change foils on the beach. So with this kind of time length between races, there's a possibility where you could actually go in after a race, switch out foils, and come back. The rule that they put about changing foils is to keep guys from having coach boats here with 10 foils in the boat. Guys like Nathan, guys like Bora, guys like Luka Damich and Lister, who builds their own foils. These guys have the foils, so they will change them under the right circumstances, but it's a long hike back to the beach and change a foil. Then you got to bang on it with a hammer and do all sorts of things like that. So yeah, it's tough, but it's pretty exciting. Ronnie, you got anything to roll there? A little update on the courses. We're just waiting for the wind to stabilize. It is pretty light out here right now, and the Moths do not like to go sailing under 5 knots. We're kind of right on that edge right now. That's about a minute and a half, is that right? All right. 195, so that's right. So the wind has gone right a little bit. We'll give you 2 minutes of high intensity action from the lovely editing keyboard of Petey Crawford. Highlight reel. It's okay. All right, folks, we're back with you. We're setting up actually for another race here, and I'm just gonna leave you with young Charlie checking out what he likes to check out, and I'm sure you will too. So I'm gonna turn the mic off for a minute while I sort a couple other things out. We'll keep you posted. We're gonna have the top 5 for you from that race in just a minute. All right, apologies for taking a little break there, folks. We are going to be with you all week, and we're going to start bringing you this stuff earlier and earlier as the stories get more and more intense, because we like to just start shooting when these guys are pushing off the beach, and you know, we got plenty of interviews and other things to use and talk about. See if you can kind of lean over a little bit and get, was it Melissa Henshaw? Was that what it was?
Yes.
Missy Henshaw. You can see the misfit. We've got, I think, 10 women in this fleet. Melinda Henshaw, who we think is from New Zealand, although she's got an AUS sail number. And we've also got, let's see, a skiffy here. He's got the kitchen maker. Is that, that I believe is That should be. That should be not Luca. That should be Dave Lister, no?
3656.
Luka Domic. Okay, so Luka and Luka Domic, Dave Lister are the developers of the foils that won 2 years ago at the World Championship. They have the Domic Lister foil. It's pretty sweet, and Luka is a brilliant sailor and really has built that boat 600 hours with his own two hands, and that is the kitchen maker. So that's how we'll know Luka coming up. Who do you got there? Joshy in the frame? Oss 3. And all right, see what you're seeing is Nathan and Josh McKnight doing a little pre-race, running back and forth across the line. Heads up, guys. So we're just making our way down the end. Now, one thing you often see in a Moth World's fleet is people going for the port tack start. We're going to see if it happens here today. Oh, Nathan is on port. We're not yet inside. We're still at what are we at 1 minute?
Yes.
We're inside a minute, I believe. We're going to get the countdown going for the next start, I promise. And one of the great ways to start in this fleet when the flags allow is the dip start. That's what Nathan's going for right now. He's reaching across the course on port. Are you still with Nathan there, Charlie? He's reaching across coming back for a port for a jibe. So Nathan, a slow tack, back on the foils now, coming back down to the line. Well within a minute. We don't know exactly where they're at here. And here comes Katoon. You'll see him coming across your screen as Nathan comes down. Nathan is actually coming down. Everyone, there's some very top. Don't get too close up in here. There's some really top guys coming in for come around for a port tack start. The name of the game is going to be to stay on the foils in this spot. Is this Dean Barker here with us? No, that's not Dino, is it? 3929. Can't tell from here. So,
Jeff Woolley is 3929.
Jeff Lee, there's a horn. So that should be a minute. All right, folks, there's your minute. Now I got to tell you, this port end is looking pretty crowded. And just zoom out, make sure we're a little bit wide shot here. Take a look at what we've got. And trying to find. Get out of your way. This is a long line. We can start to work our way up a little bit here. Here comes Luka Domic right around us. It's getting close here. Now, stay with Joshy right here. Stay with Joshy, right here. Okay, Joshy McKnight, we've called him for second in this regatta. He is super fast. We think he was second in that race. He's going for the port tack start. Start backing up here a little bit here. He's going for the port tack start. Anthony Katoon is down here as well. There goes Joshy. And they say that when you get to the line in the Moth, if you're on port, you just close your eyes because nothing you can do about it anyway. There goes Josh. So that was a start, all clear. Josh McKnight port tacks the entire fleet. No bullshit. Josh McKnight does it. That was, I don't know. I don't see the photographers, but I sure hope they got that. Yoshi crushing. That was brilliant. We stayed with him, and little Charlie here did a spectacular job of filming that. But Josh McKnight, the 2013 world champion in Lake Garda, Italy. And here's Rob Goff. So Rob with a nice one last time. Not so quick here from Tasmania. Big, strong Rob Goff. He's having a tough one. The big guys don't like this light air, and I'll tell you what, this is not what Mothies came here for, folks. Generally, they don't start a race in this light air. I'm a bit surprised they put one on. No question the race committee is going to take a little heat for this. So let's listen to what Josh had to say. I got a great producer down there, Ronnie. Nice job. So take it away to Josh. All right. Josh McKnight, Lake Macquarie world champion, right?
Garda.
Sorry, Garda.
Yeah.
And now you're back here, and everyone says Josh is blazing. You got another one in you?
Hopefully I'm working towards. Sort of got a new boat on the water for last Worlds, and yeah, just working towards these ones really. Yeah.
You were always people always called you aggressive and a little brash. You seem like you've matured a little bit. You feel like you're on the pace, or any little intimidation factor going on between the other top Aussies and you, or cup guys, all this stuff?
Oh, you got to be a bit aggressive, make your mark on it. I don't mind putting myself in an awkward situation boat-wise and infringing people. I don't really mind about doing that. I'll do my turns, whatever. You just got to do it. Sometimes you just got to commit to a situation and see how it goes.
Did you put a lot of time into mods and aero and all the stuff that some of the other guys doing, or just going out and sailing?
I just go sailing. I had all the fairings for the last Worlds, and then got back to Sydney, took all the fairings off, went same speed, pull the fairings back on, went same speed. Doesn't make any difference.
So for a lot of guys, it's just a lot of mental masturbation.
This is full of fun. Everybody sees something cool and they want to put it on their boat. Like, I don't have a canting system. I got a few fairings and stuff that other people have got, but other than that, it's pretty stock standard.
You got a top three if you could look into a crystal ball?
Scott Babbage, Nathan Outteridge, Peter Burling.
Oh. Yeah. Brother, have a great one out there. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, so we heard from Dave Loring a little bit ago. He's in your screen right now, the Charleston sailor, a superstar sailor, a three-time Sunfish world champion, a Melgus guy, laser guy. I think he's done Olympic trials in the laser and did quite well. And you're looking at him trying to get the boat moving. This is subfoiling conditions for about a third of the fleet right now, or most of them are starting to get it up, but it was very light there at the start, and that really changes the face of a regatta when you've got to figure out how to get the boat up in the really light. A lot of the guys here didn't train for the really light conditions this time of year, known for its breeze, so that's just kind of how it goes. And we're going to make our way over pretty soon here to the gate. It's not actually a gate, it's two marks that are spreader marks. They're exactly like a top mark spreader mark, only down here, and they one from crashing into each other. You don't really need a gate in these boats, and it creates more mayhem than anything. So we can go get over there pretty nice and close to the gate mark, and we'll keep showing you interesting stuff from the fleet, but right now mostly just the back of the fleet trying to get up on the foils. And there'll be some annoy. There's nothing really more bothersome for a lot of these guys than sailing around at low speed. That's when the Moth scows do really well. And another really fascinating thing about this regatta that we haven't seen at all. You can put it on me unless you got something really interesting going on, Charlie. Another really interesting thing about this regatta is the fact that you've got a scow Moth class. So in the history of Moths, they've always been the fastest small monohull dinghy, or for a very long time, because from 1919 or whatever it was, 1929, they've been a full development dinghy, 11-foot box rule, with development going on in both Australia and the east coast of America simultaneously. It was only in the 80s or 90s that the two Moth classes actually joined, the Australian and the U.S. Moth class. And then it was only in the late 90s that the first foiler by Brett Burville was ever developed over in Western Oz. So what happened with the rest of the Moths is that first they were very, very skinny, and I think then they got really, really fat. The foilers are sort of a development of the skinny Moths, and we've got now here today, we've got scow Moths, including a couple of brand new ones that have foils on them. Now, it's a little early days to say whether those foiler Moths will be competitive. The odds are probably not, but there are 7 or 8 scows here of various vintages. We went and picked up a couple the other day. They weigh about 12 kilos for a whole boat. I mean, it's like a sandwich. And some guys who literally they're restored and everything, but they're basically untouched in terms of hull and racks and rudder and things from 1984. And they've been given, some of these guys have been given spare rigs, rigs off of the old Blade Riders that fell apart and things like that. So they look really cool, they're really sexy, and there's no question that the scow guys are going to be sailing around all week, fighting against each other for anything they can. Let's get as close as we can for this one. Yep. I think the way to do this one, just shoot out here for a second, see if you can shoot those marks. So that's the second mark you're looking at. There's another mark to the left, and they have to come around both of them, leaving them on their port hand side. And what we can do is we can be pretty close to that one just outside it, Mark, and call it 20 meters, 15, 20 meters down and out, and that should be fine because all they're doing is coming from a reach to a close hauled course there. This one gets nerve-wracking because sometimes there's a jibe, sometimes they have to come really far, and sometimes these boats have to find the exact spot to jibe in, and in the breeze especially, you think you're out of the way. They still come another 150 meters or 50 meters, let's say, just to find the right jibe spot, and they find you, where you thought you were safe, and you're actually really hurting them. So anyway, that's sort of moth sailing, and the nice thing about moth sailing, you don't have to wait too long before good stuff happens. We don't have to talk for too long, unlike in some of the other kind of racing where, there's the start, now let's get in the boat and go motor up for 20 minutes and get to the top mark, and we don't have to wait long at all. Any idea how long that race took, that last one? So, yeah, it's all good, and it'll be, do we have anyone coming back down yet? Nobody yet. Ronnie, got anything teed up?
One, but it says it's 10 minutes long. Outteridge. And I don't know why.
Yeah, but it's probably because of black at the back of it. Outteridge again?
Outteridge first around again.
All right, let's not do it then because it won't be long. Guys, Nathan Outteridge once again first around the top mark. And we've got, I think, 2 world champions on this course, and I think we've got 2 on the other course. I think is how it plays out. So, that's kind of cool. It'll be fun to go over there and see what happened on the other guys. But I think you can go to facebook.com/sailinganarchy to check out, I think, the results, the first 5 for the blue course, thanks to lovely Meredith Block, who's been put herself on Australian time despite being in the States. We're coming. And that should give you the first 5 for the blue. We need to just make sure we don't obstruct, but I think they all know what's going on. Boat anchored here at the finish. That's interesting. So, it'll be interesting to see who's going well on the other side. But we can just start to see the boats coming back down the course here. And we've got some fabulous photographers here this week. We've got Sander Borch from beautiful Amsterdam shooting with us this week. He also was the photographer for Artemis Racing, and anyone who's been in the sport for long enough to know Sander. He's also a Med Cup winner aboard the Mean Machine, and he's a ILC class world champion, and just a spectacular bowman, about 6 foot 3 inches of very skinny Dutchie with a tiny head. We call him the Tick. So that's Sander.
Here comes our club captain.
We got Robbie here just headed by. This kid's earned himself a hat. I'm out of hats after that, buddy. Rugrat. What's yours? What's your dad's nickname?
I don't know.
He knows the right people. Did that Wi-Fi work? Did that go through? No? Yeah, no worries. All right, guys, so we have them coming down the course here. We've got some numbers coming around the top mark for you, too. We'll have that translated for you in just a minute.
He's got the same foils that Romney's got.
Almost got the top 5 for you here. I think I'm just starting to see. Looks like Chris Draper. And I'll tell you what, Draper and Outteridge had some great battles back in the day in the Niner class. Draper was a bronze medalist in Sydney, maybe? I don't remember. Draper and actually Simon Hiscox, who's here as well. I don't know what's wrong with my phone here. Trying to... Man, oh man. I do hope that our lovely co-commentator Nick Douglas, who just got tied for the World Championship in Tazars in Geograph Bay in Western Oz, and lost on countback. But I do hope she's watching from the airport lounge. She's headed over from Western Oz today, a 6-hour flight, and she'll be with us tomorrow on the mic, giving me a little bit of relief. And I think we're going to have to see if we can recruit this camera, if we can get another one, if his arms are too tired, or if he has something better to do than sit around with a bunch of old guys on a boat all day.
Or if his dad lets him out.
Yeah, okay, so let's work our way in and make sure these guys are not in our shot. You can go forwards and do a quick round if you need to.
Looks like Anthony Couta was up in the top 5 of the
So let's talk about it here. What do we got? So first round was Nathan, 34022 was second. That's Katoon, 4063.
Sorry, I think this might have been just the top pin from here. It's not.
No, this is this race right now. Yeah.
Curtis Warner looked like he's coming.
Kurt Warner, very fast.
Coming fourth.
Fourth place. Did we find out who the 4022 was yet?
4022 is Anthony Couta.
Katoon was 4022. All right, got it. So 4022 Katoon, 4063
Is Warner.
is Warner, and 4219 is Johnny. We got to get one of these done by in order. That's Josh McKnight is here actually. So Josh, he's made a move. It looks like.
4219 is Peter Burling.
So Pete Burling was round in fourth. So all that aside, whatever happened, Josh McKnight is actually round first. But I think this is Nathan coming in right now. And you see Nathan's got the yellow. Does he have the yellow penny on? So Josh McKnight comes in ahead of Nathan Outteridge. He's having some issues bearing off, though. You can see him right on the edge of a puff. It's very light right there. Josh having trouble getting down to this mark. Will he have to jibe again? I think he will have to jibe again. He's just trying to get this. Yep, he will. There he goes. So Josh, he misjudges it. And Nathan came in really, really far off of the ley line. But it was the right ley line, and that's this. There's actually a light air spot right here that we're looking at that Josh is just on the edge. Now he's getting into the breeze, and now he's going upwind. Now power's not an issue. Shoot right. Show them going upwind now. Okay. And I'll tell you, here's the difference. So Josh McKnight does not have the canting rig. So his rig, very far jerked to windward. Take a look at Nathan Outteridge ahead. Look at how flat his rig is. That gives him an extra, let's call it 10 centimeters, 15 centimeters of span up in the air. That means more breeze. And this stuff, that is a big deal. Some of these guys are running a very floppy rig without the adjustment, without the canting rig, without the controls for it. But in effect, it's doing the same thing. So the tip is actually going off or the middle of the rig is sagging off to leeward, and it's projecting and making the sail more efficient that way. A very different way to actually accomplish the exact same thing. And it's going to be really fun to talk to all these guys. I admit it, folks, and I think you guys understand this if you're watching this. In order to love this class, you need to be a bit of a geek. You need to be a bit of a tech nerd. You need to sort of love gizmos and gadgets and tinkering and all that. Maybe not if you're an athlete, if you're one of these superstars and one of these guys like Nathan or Josh, who isn't sitting there all the time working on the design factors and what's the latest and greatest. But I love it, and it's one of the things that's the most interesting to me about the class is that you can walk around and look at 20 different ways to do the exact same thing, all done by brilliant people, and most of them actually work. You know, you don't see huge changes here and huge leaps based on one idea, because then everyone adopts it. So little bits of arrow here and there. You still see guys with no arrow at all going out and winning big races. And we have now the third place boat coming at us. It's probably Rastley. Who? It's Anthony. No, that's a GBR. Yeah, that's gonna have to be Draper or Rashley. I can't tell from here.
41-48, Lee
Lee McMillan, that's who it is. That's Rob Greenhouse, the 50 Shades of Grey boat. So let's tell you a story about Lee McMillan, the two-time winner of the Extreme Sailing Series, and just a really cool guy on board the Muscat the Wave Extreme 40. Lee is only in this class 3 months. He was given Rob Greenhouse's boat, who's on the Team Mopfre. Rob couldn't be here, but that boat is dialed into within it. As you see, Chris Draper coming around here behind. So 2 Brits in 3rd and 4th, including Lee McMillan, 3 months in the boat. Got to be Pete Burling behind him. And AMAC just behind him. So Burling 5th and AMAC 6th. A really nice little top. Great to see Lee McMillan out here performing. And poor Rob Greenhalgh is halfway across the Indian Ocean right now, going slow in the Team Mopfre. Anthony Catoon coming around, putting together a nice regatta. Anthony Catoon, definitely a top 10 pick this week. Down here, Oss 4063.
Oh, that's Curtis Warner.
Kurt Warner again. I think he's fully kitted out with the full Babbage Sailing Bits thing. I think, is Kurt Warner the new owner of Sailing Bits? Is that the deal? I don't know. I think I heard something like that. I could be 100% wrong, but again, this is day 1, so we'll see how it all goes. These guys are doing just a little shot here. This is the crew doing all the scoring, or some of the scoring, and they're down there. There's like 3 of these boats on every course, with notepads to make sure they all get it right, because it's a world championship and it's really hard to score these boats. So we got a little while here. I think we gave you the top 6. We gave you some interesting stuff. You know, there's a guy here who is one of the funniest Frenchmen I've ever heard and a brilliant sailor. He just won one of the toughest races in the world, the Mini Transat. And his name is Benoit Marie, and he had a couple of interesting things to say to us. So check that out for the next 4 or 5 minutes. For hours and hours here, what's going on?
I just thought, been doing quite a bit of sailing on the boat the last few days, and it's just always nice to have a check over the boat before the event starts. And I was just pulled the wings apart just to see if there's any cracks in them. I had cracks all in the front of my wing bars, and a few people have been breaking various bits and pieces, so I just did the full birthday on the boat today and pulled it apart, replaced nearly every rope, every system, and hopefully it all works tomorrow, first day.
Well, I mean... That's because it was off. I did that with no audio?
Yeah.
Why did it take me 90 seconds to know?
Because I'm doing the live and Meredith's on Skype.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. We lost audio for a second as I did a really good bit of commentary, but Rowan Veal came round. Rowan Veal, the Lord of the Wings, who hasn't sailed these boats in years, and he managed to walk down the beach, and AMAC said, "Hi, mate. Would you like to borrow my boat?" Gave him his extra boat, and the guy who won 2 world championships, the first foiling jibe, guy who won a Worlds with all bullets, and really brought this foiling boat to into modernity. That guy is out here, and he's in the top 10 around the mark. Unbelievable. You talk about a guy who could just pull it together, and the breeze is dying pretty badly.
That's It's Ben Moon just looking around.
Yeah, 42.10 is poor Ben Moon. Ben's at about 77 kilos, I think. And again, no one expected this regatta to be the one where you wanted to lose weight for, but at least on the first day, being a nice 60 kilos will do really well. Guys like Matt Knowles, the U.S. class president, who's really, really small and light, he'll be doing great on the other course. A lot of these small guys, and now they start to pump it. Now it starts to get just un-Moth-like a little bit. But the puffs are coming through, okay? You know, they get the puff and they come back through. Part of the problem also is that this pin is not very much downwind. It's not at all a downwind course or a reach between these two marks. They really need to just keep this right-hand mark like the bottom mark and ignore the other one. And what a jumble. And the guys in the front who are going to stay on the foils are really going to be able to just tear down and end this race quickly. And these poor guys coming around the mark just at the wrong time and without having the foresight that we saw Nathan have when he went all the way out on starboard jibe, really went far to the right side looking downwind, came in with a head of steam, rounded right behind Josh, and then just destroyed him as Josh had to jibe for the second mark here on the reach. Absolutely, no question that our clever driver here is pointing out how foil selection is making a big difference. And you know, the guys on the beach this morning really looking at their foils carefully and who's going to take the light air spans and who's going to take the average spans, looking for bigger breeze. You know, the problem with the light air foils, they typically are going to top and have a lower top speed. And you know, we're in six knots of breeze here, so let's say that you go foiling and you get up on the light air foils and you're going 10 or 11 knots upwind and 13 or 14 downwind. Well, in 9 knots of breeze, you're going 22 knots downwind with the right set of foils. So it's a tough call. We've got 39.65, another U.S. boat. Again, as we said, the U.S. and Australia, the two biggest contingents here, and the battle between them is fierce. There's no question that there's going to be plenty of guys looking out for their mates, you know, as this battle becomes clear, and everyone's going to have to just try and keep their face clean. Is that Zach? That's Rome Kirby, Team Oracle grinder and occasional strategist Rome Kirby. What was that?
Yes.
Yeah. So finish will be coming up soon. So Rome Kirby, one of the biggest guys in the fleet. He is the guy's huge. He's super strong. He's got 17-inch arms. He's a big dude. Yeah, shoot that. So here, we'll take a look at Romey. Also a big part of that new Rambler 88 program, Rome Kirby, and aboard the Team Oracle when they won it. So that guy is out here. I'm sorry? This is Yellow Fleet. Yellow Fleet. So yeah, so we just saw Rome Kirby showing how excruciating it is to do this light air stuff. And I think there's a lot of people just begging for them to bend in this race, but I don't know that's going to happen. But I think every single Moth Worlds I've ever watched, except for the Gorge, which just had such good wind, you know, someone's had to have a talk with the race committee after day one of a light air race and say, guys, we're not here to do this, because it is excruciating. You know, these little moths, these scow moths are actually, they'll go a lot faster than these boats will in this condition, because these boats are dragging, you know, 2-meter-long foils underneath them, full of drag, and they just, it's a horrible thing. I've sailed them in this stuff, and I can't even move it on, you know, down on the low riding mode, much less try and get up. And then there's the rules against pumping. If you could pump hard like a windsurfer, then you can actually get the boat up and foiling, and then you're fine. But you're not allowed to pump hard like a windsurfer. One pump, or I think one or two pumps to promote foiling, and then after that you're subject to protest and disqualification. And these guys are none of these guys are rules breakers. None of them are pumping and pumping, certainly not with us watching. So we actually do have the leaders coming in here, and it is tight. It looks like I'm looking at Nathan right in front of me, but maybe not. No, that's him all the way out there, I think. So one of the guys just jibed in. That'll probably be hard to say. I think is this Allison from Annalise Murphy from Ireland. She is a laser superstar. She is a spectacular sailor. I think she was almost a medalist in Weymouth, or was a medalist in Weymouth, but she was crushing for a long time. I think that's a real. I think that might be a girl or a really light guy. It's a girl, right? Yeah, that's I think the one we were looking at before. But I think just in front of her, I think we've got our winner coming in. That looks to me like it's probably pivot the boat a little bit. Is that our race leader? I can't. It's so hard to tell right now. Or is that just someone coming around again? I can't tell who that was, but everyone coming off the foils. We're down to 3-4 knots right here. This is just brutal. So yeah, really hard to tell you what's happening, guys. Sorry about that. That's 4019, yeah. Is that Tom from Vestas?
Oh yeah, Tom Burton, 4019.
Tom Burton, here he goes. Laser sailor Tom Burton. I like Charlie. Charlie needs to come back with us. Send Nick Douglas home. Just kidding, Nick. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
3641 is Rosemary Collins.
So Rosemary Collins here. Let's get a little close up of Rosemary. Another one of our great female helms. Rosemary Collins. Right behind her, Nathan Outteridge. Just get real tight on Nathan if you can. Look at him. Watch how Nathan works his way through the puffs. So they're in 4 knots of breeze right now. Look at how there he goes. You got to take the boat up and off the foils. Now he'll point the boat right down at the line. Just try and get a little more. Can't get the foils going. Can't get the. Oh, that's not Nathan. That's 3929. What am I talking about? I saw the decal and got messed up. We're still trying to find our leader. Seems like they have any better wind over there. Jeff Woolley. Jeff Woolley was that New Zealand sailor that I mistakenly called Nathan Outteridge. There'll be plenty more errors, I can guarantee you that, not only from me, but from the sailors out here. Fortunately, we love to see a couple of wipeouts. Now I think I find the guys coming in for the finish. I'm not going to say it, though, because I'll probably be wrong again. How is the look? Is it light enough? Is the color good? Is it all that stuff okay? Cool. Right. We've got a little bit of a cluster starting to come in here. Significantly left breeze here, according to the call from the driver, as was predicted. It was supposed to go left and increase. Instead, it went left and lightened up. All right, guys, we have the top 4 from Blue Flight as we've watched the guys come in on this one, but the top 4 from Blue Flight and the other fleet was Tom Slingsby taking first place from Oracle Racing, Bora Gulari second, Chris Rashley with that busted up back third, and Ian Jensen in fourth. Nathan Outteridge's crew. 4216, Johnny Goldsberry. Is this coming to a finish, Johnny? Did Johnny just win this one? So 3964, I don't know who won. It is just impossible for me to tell what's going on here. No, I mean, well, I don't think anyone's won yet, right? Okay, so we're still here. You can.
Just gotta flip around, okay?
Yeah. That wasn't Johnny G. Who is this 4216?
Hole 30.
That is
Charlie Connor. All right. So the puffs are coming in now. Watch it. You got this guy here.
Yep.
That's Luca Damage coming back here. Yep. Just going to stay out of his way. You're clear. So Luca Damage comes around. You can keep it bowed too if it'll make it easy for you.
I'll get you set.
Okay. It's good action here coming around the mark here, Charlie. It's like a lot of action as guys get up on the foils before other ones. You really see who's doing well getting the boat up on the foils. And a lot of smaller sailors in the back of the fleet. A lot of women, a lot of, quite a few sort of small Europeans, Italians, and Japanese. Guys that are, sort of 65 kilos. Weights that really can make it a lot easier to foil. But technique is everything, and even a guy Nathan's size or Bora's size can foil pretty well. It's good news too. Bora's lost quite a bit of weight being down here, and working on his boat all day, and Bora is a lot lighter than he was. Tom Slingsby a lot lighter than he would usually be. He's lost, I think he's at 8 kilos for this event. And yeah, I mean that'll hurt when they get 10 knots of breeze. In 10 knots of breeze, they're good to go. But in 8 knots of breeze or 6 knots of breeze or heaven forbid 4 knots of breeze, you know, a guy that's 55 kilos will crush a guy that's 70 no matter what, you know. So again, these races are 4-lap races. We are on the yellow fleet here at the 2015 McDougall and McConaughey Moth World Championship. My name is Mr. Clean. We're here with the Sailing Anarchy Report, brought to you by Sperry Topsider. Odysseys await. And our friends at Line Otters Yacht Racing Outfitters. And we are on the final lap of the 2-lap 4-leg race. The second race in the qualifying series. In the first race, Nathan Outteridge took it. The champion took the race, and I think Josh McKnight took second, but we're just not sure. It gets pretty crazy here because of the lapping system and because so many boats are lapped in each race. On the other course, Tom Slingsby took the first race. Bora Gulari, Chris Rashley, Ian Goober, Jensen is your top 4. And again, Facebook.com/Sailing Anarchy. I think starting about tonight, we'll really be pouring on the content, interviews, videos, pictures, everything. There's a nice puff out there on the left here as well. You can also check out Facebook.com/MothWorlds for some great pictures from Thierry Martinez. We've got 2 spectacular photographers here this week. Whoa, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you going away? Why are you going? I don't want to do that. Okay. I want to stay close. But you can turn the boat after he finishes. I don't ever want to, yeah. Okay, so, as predicted, as expected, wearing his yellow world champion, Rashi, the current reigning world champion from Weymouth, and the 2-time Moth world champion, Nathan Outteridge crosses the line again. 2 for 2. Nathan is about to go by the whole family here. He could not keep it on the foils long enough. Let's take a look here. Charlie, shoot the whole family here. The Outteridge clan. And they are pretty excited for Nathan, but that was a tough race, a frustrating race for Nathan. And I you know, it's really hard to tell who's going to be second now because there's boats still sort of coming in. Is this Burling right here? No, I don't think so. Is that Burling, 23?
Bruce Cooper.
Sorry, Bruce Cooper. No? No, that's Burling. So Pete Burling. Now this is true to form right here as we pass just behind Team Outteridge in the rib. But Pete Burling from New Zealand, the current 49er world champion, in second in that one.
Nathan's coming right up to his family.
So really beautiful work. Nathan taking a little look. He's got the whole clan. Grandparents, nephew, uncles, aunts, cousins, and then he's got another boat. What's got Bo Outteridge doing the, look at this. Another one with Bo Outteridge doing the video for the event. And saw lovely Haley Outteridge yesterday also helping out with the video. Stopping in for maybe a cup of tea. Now, I do not know who's coming in next. We know it was Nathan and Burling first and second. There were some other boats behind, but I don't know if they were on the first lap or the second lap, because once the race committee boat puts up whatever flag they put up, the finish flag, then that's it, and there's no more racing. You know, everyone who crosses through. There's Josh, right? Take a look at Nate just chilling out, watching the fleet, but he's the chillest guy around. I mean, the guy cannot be phased. He just doesn't seem to be bothered when things go wrong or things go right. He still goes out and does his thing, you know. Let's go back. This is important right here, actually. We've got the blue boat here, which is that's a GBR, isn't it?
No,
No, blue boat is, yeah, that's Chris Draper, I believe. Now, Chris is very light and is still on the foils. Josh McKnight is struggling to get across the line. He's looking around, he's pumping the boat. Josh is pumping the boat to try and get across the line. And Draper's coming on really strong here. Is Josh going to get in front? I don't know. He has? Goes. I think Josh just got there. Here comes Draper. Watch that. This is a light guy. Okay, Chris Draper at maybe 60 kilos, 65 kilos, and trying to run down McKnight all the way down there. He certainly got this 41.29 boat, which is Andy Horton from Vermont. Andy Horton, America's Cup and RC44 and Star Olympian and everything else. A brilliant sailor. Andy, very new to the Moth, but a very fit, strong guy and an incredibly smart guy. And already he showed us some great little gear and tools that he's used. Good. Excellent.
And there's a lot of people talking shit
about me? Perfect.
saying the coverage would be better if there was no audio or like. It's just haters.
That's great. No, hey, we love the haters, guys. Keep posting on YouTube. Say whatever you want about me. And just remember who's made the effort to bring you this world championship. But say whatever you like. As long as you're talking, I don't care what you're saying. It's when you stop I get nervous. Let's make our way over at a decent clip. We have anything teed up there? Yeah, we're going to go make our way over to the other fleet and just check it out, you know?
Yeah, I have that Benoit Marie interview teed up now.
Oh, good. Okay. So let's go ahead and give you, hang on a second. Let's go ahead and give you Benoit Marie. Hold on one second. We'll give you Benoit Marie. We'll take you away for a few minutes with this legendary young French sailor and designer and the winner of the Mini Transat. Take it, Ronnie. Thanks to the Sorrento Sailing Couta Boat Club for refreshments. We told you this was going to be a little bit gonzo, but this guy's pretty gonzo. Benoit Marie, Mini Transat winner and offshore sailor and inshore sailor and now Moth sailor. Benoit, welcome, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. Happy to be here.
It's a fun group of French here and a fun group of really fast sailors. How you liking the Moth?
I think it's one of the best things I've ever done in my life. It's incredibly fun and fast, and I learn a lot of things. And yeah, I'm really glad to be here.
And where would you like to finish in this fleet? Where do you think you fit? You haven't been in the Moth for very long. A couple years?
7 months.
7 months. That's it.
Months,
Oh
yeah.
wow.
May the 1st was my first sail on the Moth.
Wow.
So yeah, I had quite a bit of a mountain climbing since then. In hailing, I did 50th, and but this is going to be a different game. I think a lot of big guys came around, and so we will see.
We expect you to be in Gold Fleet for sure, right?
Well,
Yeah, of course.
That's probably the goal that is, achievable.
All right.
And so I'll stick to this goal for this one and see if I can do something better or not. If I can do something better.
If you look around, you can see these guys have put in hundreds of hours into little bits and pieces.
I know.
A tiny bit of aerodynamic advantage. You're the only guy I've seen in the fleet with this hair.
Yeah.
So what's going on? It's got to make you slow. It's got it.
Yeah, there is a cool rating in the fleet. Have you seen the cars?
I haven't.
Yeah, you have to see the car. I got the highest cool rating, so I think I should keep it that.
All right, so you're not going to shave it down.
Maybe yes. I will see.
We'll see
how the first day goes.
We'll see the first day. All right. Talk to me about the. Hang on a second. I had to cut that out. What did I give me?
Oscar, ask him about his future projects.
No, we'll get into that. I mean, this is short. This is just an intro. It'll be wasted if we start getting into it, right? I mean, I want something really unique about the Moth.
No.
Think about what you find.
We talked about future projects though, and the foiling and everything else. It's quite interesting. I think maybe it could be faster.
It is, but it won't make it into this video. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Ask about crickets.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Okay.
And like the girls on the beach, maybe. I don't know. We got a lot of that footage.
Yeah. All right. Good. Okay. Perfect. This is a really unique regatta. I've never seen one like it. There's girls all over the beach in bikinis every day. I mean, they're young girls. I'm just saying, there's all sorts of crazy bugs and things. Do you have any good stories about some of these oddities of Sorrento?
Yeah, well, it's pretty young on the beach, but yeah, actually, it's interesting. A lot of family over here. but yeah, it's nice.
Any of these strange bugs or crickets that we've seen all under the boats?
Yeah, they play crickets. No, they play cricket on the beach, and no, otherwise, yeah, I got a strange spider, like biking, but yeah, no kangaroo.
No kangaroo, but there's so many things here that can bite you and kill you. Did you know that?
Yeah, well, first concern is going fast in the water. Then we'll see. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. All right. Oh yeah. What do you think? Actually, we've asked everyone. What do you think? Maybe top 3 in this fleet. Who do you think's going to take it?
I think Nathan is definitely one of the guys to beat. Burling and maybe McKnight, Yoshi. That would be my guess, but there's a lot of big guys around.
Someone you see that could surprise everyone?
I would like to have to see someone doing that. It's always a good reminder.
Give me an idea. You knows fast.
Yeah. Who is fast? I don't know. A lot of guys have been training, not here, like in their country. I'm thinking about, of course, the Team New Zealand guys, and yeah, for sure, one of those guys can do something interesting. Yeah, I would like.
Don't worry too much about making too much noise. Need to hear them. But so let me know when you're all happy with the stream. You should not need to go and do the whole YouTube thing again, but it should automatically do it. Go to your control room. Never use external anything. It's always got to come from the flash drive. I thought it did. No, I'm just, it's fine. No, I'm saying, I thought that when you drop it in the wire house, and it shouldn't have shut this down. Or just Skype Mare and ask her.
It says we're streaming in signal.
These games. Yeah, this boat.
Which one? Oh yeah?
Yep.
Can you turn your squelch up a little there? someone sitting on it?
Yeah, it's not.
You go forward.
No, it's whatever you're going to need. Somebody sitting on the button.
It's not like these guys have any
Yeah.
radios.
Where are you going?
You got anything figured out down there?
No, dude, we're having technical difficulties. Hold on.
I'm not sure if it's our course, but the start boats.
Okay, we are streaming.
All right, so we have been streaming for a little while here, so don't zoom in too much because that really gets really shaky now when I'm bouncing around. And if you could just...
Might want to explain why we dropped out.
Yeah, so folks, we ran hard for a minute and not kind of taking care of the gear and bumped out a couple things, and I think we sort of went from one tower to another when we went from the yellow fleet to the blue fleet. We don't know exactly how the Australian cell phone system does handoffs, but it appears that some packets dropped, and when some packets drop, that interrupts the stream. So that's what we were just been running around scrambling, trying to sort it out. If you could pivot the boat to the left here, just turn left. You can just shoot this scow. There's a little white scow here, Charlie. If you kind of come into this rail, you'll see him. On this fleet, so what happened this fleet in the last race is both of these races had really substandard wind in the last half of the races, low riding, and it looked like Jensen had a good one, and some of the other really light guys. Rashley had a good one. I think Bora was quite deep, and Slingsby not right up there either. But what we're looking at now is one of those scow moths. Maybe they're all over here because I didn't see one over here before. I didn't see one on the other course. Take a look at here. These are two old boats. You got a Moth behind you. Heads up, just heads up. You can see we got some really cool names. We saw one before. It was called what is that? What is that? Stopped mullet, stunned mullet. That's great. We saw Horace, another boat name. Some really interesting boat names out here and fun folks. Take a look right behind us. Turn around to your right. There we've got Zach Maxim, the West Coast boy, here with his lovely wife Christy, or lovely fiance Christy, who will hopefully be helping us out if we can get her to do a little work for us instead of going to the beach every day. And I'm just joking. Zach is a spectacular sailmaker out on the West Coast, and always a blast. One of the strong U.S. contingent, but at the moment the strength is all Australian, with guys like Tom Slingsby, Nathan Outteridge, Josh McKnight really performing well in these first two races. And right now I think everyone is kind of going, well, we don't want to go racing for a while. So another 35 degrees to the left, which is in line with the forecast, right? We're looking for almost an easterly by the end of the day. So still a southeasterly here right now, but it's going the right way, and hopefully we'll get that building breeze. But at the moment we are in wait and see mode, and I think just to give you guys a little who've just joined us here for the 2015 Moth World Championship, let's just actually let's see about Sonder, what he's got to say. Be ready to film Sonder when he comes by.
Yeah? Do you know this is going on now?
You're live. These guys are great. Can one of you come on board and just tell us what happened on the air? Or both of you, I don't care. I want to hear all the stories. We got nothing else to do out here, right? So it'll just be a minute. Thanks, man.
Too hard. My lenses aren't all in.
So we've got our superstar photographer, Sonder van der Borsch, and our excellent videographer, Petey Crawford. Sonder, you can check him out on Facebook, Petey at Penalty Box Productions, of course. But tell me that story that you were just telling your driver, Sonder.
We were actually trying to go towards you, and the driver was on the phone, so I give a little more gas. So I hit it, and it hit a bit too hard, and I almost fell off the
In the
back
piss.
of the boat.
I almost went right in the piss. The media flag painter's pole / broomstick broke my fall and kept me from going all the way over. And so now it's about 6 to 8 inches shorter than it was. It's broken now, but we're back up with the pink flag flying. We're all good.
It's all about the pink flags, isn't it? So, guys, we were over there. We didn't get to see that second race, but it was pretty shocking over there. 4 knots of breeze the second half of the race. Nathan pulled it out again, but what happened on this course?
It's a bit similar. There was some big gaps and a bit streaks of wind coming through, and some of them could ride all the time, and some of them just didn't. And in the end, it was Scott Babbage, I think, who won, and then Ian Jensen second, and Chris Rashley third. Yeah.
And Rashley always been a spectacular light air guy, but the other two guys pretty light in weight right now. I mean, Goobs and Babbage, both pretty skinny guys, right?
Yeah, and it came down to Babbage had a huge lead, and he was like the only one foiling. And then he kind of came off the foils for the last jibe, and then Rashley and Goobs were coming hard, and they probably maybe a boat length. They almost rolled him right at the finish, so it was pretty cool action.
What about in the first race? It was Bora or it was Slingers, and Bora won too. What happened to those guys?
I didn't see Slingers, but Bora had kind of a shocker. Not sure where he ended up. Probably, I want to say low to mid 20s. I don't know. Once everybody starts floating around and low riding, it's kind of hard to keep count on who's where at what time. But
is there a couple drops? I know there's one drop for sure. Are there a couple drops? Is there a drop comes in after 12? Is that right or not? No. I don't know. Anyone?
I have no idea on that. That sounds like way too many for me to keep.
I don't want to ask them because they're not going to. They won't even say they won't be on camera with that. So we'll find out. Any of you guys back home who want to look it up.
I saw one funny one. Is that actually Ray Davis beat Glenn Ashby over the line. So I think in Team New Zealand they're probably talking about that one.
Seemed like most of New Zealand was down here. Burling got second on our course in the second race, despite the light air. So, and that's not a small guy. So obviously technique playing a big role. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. How's your media boat? The club taking care of you?
Yeah, it's definitely they're taking care of us. We had it's an upgrade from what we had yesterday. We just got a little bit more room for us both to work around, and it's it's not too rough out here. So.
A bit less to hold on to, though, Peter.
Yeah, a little less to hold on to.
All right, guys. Hey, here, talk for a second.
I felt safer. I felt safer yesterday, but I think the boat's better today.
Yeah, actually, the driver we had yesterday was a little better, I guess.
Well, he was so reluctant to do anything that we wanted him to do, so he was very concerned about going too fast to get us in there. That's for sure yesterday. But everybody's been very helpful at the club. And everybody that we've asked for help hooking us up, it's been pretty fun so far, and we're only on day one of the world, so looking forward to what we're going to get the rest of the week. We want some sun and we want some breeze, though. That's what I want.
Because I heard you didn't bring any warm clothes, Speedy.
No, I was like, no need to bring the salopettes or the gear or anything. So I haven't really needed them yet, but once it starts raining, I'm kind of this is what I got right here. So I'll just go trunking it and we'll be cool. But I don't know.
Yeah, everybody was laughing I brought these, and now they look quite stupid. I got them.
Yeah, they're like, you don't need those in Australia, mate.
Do you bring any warm gear?
I mean, this is warm. I got my Mountain Hardwear on, and I got a really light Helly Hansen jacket, but that's it. I certainly have no bibs. But look, at least I get to be on this boat. Although this guy, these Aussies are so hard. They just open the windows. They don't care that it's like 50 degrees out. They're all fine with it. Like, why are you harden up, mate? What's wrong with you? Americans are pussies. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes. Good looking. But that's one of those. Take a look at this gray boat. That's one of these new F-Zeros, Fastercraft Zeros, John Eilett's boat. Don't go crazy. Take it easy. Take it easy. No worries. That's Graham Spence, a very good sailor, actually, too. So, anyway, and that's a new sailmaker, too, in the class, a long-time windsurfing sailmaker. So, we haven't really seen too many of those Fastercraft. Seems like a bunch of them are over here. But there really are some beautiful boats out here, and we're going to keep bringing you more of them. Thank you for sticking with us and checking all this stuff out through our day one hiccups. We've only had the feed go out once. We don't have full HD to you right now. We only got sort of a 540 wide feed, but we're certainly bringing you what we can and doing more than anyone's done in the Moth class since 2010 Dubai. And we're really excited to do it. It's a lot of fun. I'll tell you what, we'll give a little razz to all the other sailing media out there. I haven't seen a single reporter or coverage person from a single other sailing media outlet. Even that Sail World site that's like local, New Zealand and Australia, that guy hasn't seemed to have shown up, and I guess it's just too long a flight for him. Certainly no one from the U.S. media, despite this massive U.S. contingent. Honestly, boycott them, Facebook them, tell them it's ridiculous. They should be out here covering this event. I know we're the best, but it's ridiculous that no one is covering this event from anywhere in the world. Yachting world, sailing world. Sail, a Sail magazine. I don't even know. I mean, there's a million, and there's plenty of people we like at those magazines. I think Mark and the guys at Yachting World do a nice job in general. But how do you not come and check out this regatta? Especially the fact it's cold and crappy in America and in Europe. Why aren't you here covering all your boys? So anyway, there's my. I had to be a little controversial today, but you guys got your ride coming back. You can call your ride if you need him. We're just here. We got Stefano Rizzi. Did an interview with Stefano the other day. And go forward a little bit here. Go forward a little bit here. How are you, Steph? Doing okay? Stefano Rizzi, Italy superstar sailor. Sailed on the Estimate Europa Maxi, the sister ship to the Wild Oats, and quite a few other ones, Melga's 32s and 24s and whatnot. So we're going to drop these guys. This is your guy? Yeah. We're going to drop these guys back off. And we've got Ronnie just kind of teeing up some more interviews for you. We've also got some great interviews that'll be going up, hopefully, if we can get our internet figured out at some point with some other guys, but not, we'll just redo them. And listen, folks, you've seen what we do with interviews on the beach and really quick interviews and Facebook and all that. We're going to do some more of that. We're going to see if we can really start cranking it up here as we get in sort of the next couple days. We will do this one here. Sweden. Nils from Sweden. How do you not love all these Swedish sailors? I think we've got 3 Swedish female sailors in the fleet, I believe. Is that a bloke?
Yeah.
It's a good-looking bloke. Nils from is a dude from Sweden. That is a dude's name. But we've got Emma here. We've got another girl over on the other course, and Emma Aspington, superstar Swedish. So she's been top women at most of the Moth Worlds I've been to. 3 height 03. Oh, right here. Here you go. Okay, Annalise Gilbert, also from Australia. And she's actually, Annalise is an excellent sailor. We had a little nice chat with her yesterday. Yep. Awesome. I'll tell you what, while we wait for the breeze to come back in, this is Goobs right here, isn't it? Yeah, that's Ian Jensen. So Ian was, I think, first or second that last race. But I think while we wait for the breeze to do something, it still looks like it's back right again, no?
Yeah, it's gone a bit right.
Yeah. So anyway, while we do that, we got a 3 or 4 minute look at the fleet. Take a look.
There's an energy saver here.
Total infestation right now.
There are like these black insects, flying insects around.
Crickets.
Crickets? Yeah, we heard about crickets.
They're everywhere. And it's an epidemic that's going to continue for a few weeks, I think.
That's pretty cool.
We were talking about this last night and I reckon my top 3 is Tom Slingsby, Pete Burling, and myself is what I've put it in. So we'll see how we go for the end of the week.
Got a dark horse, unexpected performer?
I reckon Glenn Ashby's a bit of a dark horse. He hasn't had the boat very long, but I reckon he'll make the top 10 for sure.
A regatta where Glenn Ashby is the dark horse. That's a pretty stacked regatta, guys. Hey, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
No worries. Cheers.
I'm a grinder, always have been. You know, let's never say die. Yeah. So
You got it. We've asked everyone. You got a top 3 that you'd like to see win, or you think will probably win?
you know, I don't know enough about the guys out here, but I do see some pretty quick people. It's really fast.
We've asked everyone. What do you think? Maybe top 3 in this fleet. Who do you think's going to take it?
I think Nathan is definitely one of the guys to beat. Burling and maybe McKnight.
Scott Babbage, Nathan Outteridge, Peter Burling.
There's a big women's trophy at the end of this, and there is, let's be honest, there's no more bragging rights in any class in the world than to go do really well in one of these, right? So talk to us about your competition. Who are you most worried about in the women?
Let's say Alison. I mean, she's an Olympian to start with, so I know there's other girls.
You got Emma from Sweden, who's really fast. You got
yeah. So we've got Catherine Knight.
Catherine, sure.
So yeah, who knows? I haven't really sailed against them. Today is probably the first time I've actually sailed against them.
All right, so under 18s, you guys are rocking it. You were out there hauling ass today, Colin and Charlie, and I already forgot your name. What's your name?
Nick, yeah.
So how old?
17. 18. 17.
And there's a trophy. I think there's one more of you guys. Yeah. Who's going to win this one?
I don't know. I guess we're all in contention, really. Well, he's only been sailing for like 3 months. I did Hawaii, and he's been sailing for 6 months. Like, we're all new to the Moth class because we're like young, so we don't really have the experience with like cam sails and all this other new little technologies like with the Moths, and they just teach you all this stuff and show you the ropes, really.
All right, boys. Well, thanks very much. We'll be monitoring this battle.
Yeah, should be a close one, I think. Yeah. bring it on, boys. Thanks.
Hey. Welcome back to the postponement at the 2015 Moth World Championship. This is the way to do a postponement right here. Look at that. Kirsten Norris from Perth is showing us how to do it on a Blade Rider. So obviously this girl is hard because not only can she come all the way from Perth and sail this boat, but she's on a Blade Rider, and that's a difficult boat to sail. So how was your races today this morning?
They were okay. The first race wasn't too bad, but the second race the wind just stopped right out, which made it really, really difficult.
All right, so we'll see how Kirsten and the rest of the girls go. Thank you so much, darling. That was really cool. We literally pulled up on her and she was laying on the side of the boat. We asked her to do a little pose for us, but really, really good. She was 420 sailor, Tazar sailor. No one comes to this class from nothing. Everyone is pretty good at something, and clearly Kirsten has got the balls to take them on. So we're on the Blue Fleet here, and just having a look over at the other side, there's just nothing going on. I just don't see where this breeze is going to come from right now. If it comes, it's coming very slowly and very. What are these cats here?
These cats, tornadoes.
Tornadoes.
Video problem now?
Video problem.
Is it a lead issue?
Yeah, you want to check. Don't worry about that. You want to check this cable. What's the problem, Ronnie? You have a blackout? Is that what you're saying?
Opaque blackout in the middle of the screen.
Okay, we probably still have audio, so I'll keep talking. But you don't have it on the other screen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's a processor issue, yeah. We still have sound at least, so we'll keep talking.
It looks fine on the line.
Well, on the live side, you don't have that bar, right?
No.
So this doesn't matter.
I'm just letting you know that.
Clear it off and see if you can clear it off.
Edge. Even if I go to blank,
Yeah, I think we're at I think it's a CPU issue. So yeah, we're getting there. So similar problems still. Make sure nothing's else open on that computer.
Yeah, nothing else is open.
So folks, just keep in mind, we're in AP. There you go. Okay. Who knows? So we are still in AP here.
There's a catamaran
at the Moth Worlds. We were just having a look. We had some, it looked like some classic tornadoes going by. This wasn't like a nice, sexy, modern thing going by. But here, check this out right here. So there you've got it's a scow, but it's got a tunnel hull, which that's really interesting. We'll find out more about that, I'm sure, when we get down there. But that's pretty cool right there. How does she go? Pretty good? Yeah, more breeze. He needs a little more breeze. I don't know if that's the tunnel hull or that he's a big, strong guy, you know? Yeah, but that's a beautiful... So, more breeze. He's got a beautiful sailing mast, a beautiful boat, absolutely lovely, and a tunnel hull. That's Dave Henderson, also Australian, and yeah, we get a nice CST boom, a nice new Moth sail. So definitely not just here to mess around in an old boat, but in a beautiful boat. And what else do we got? Okay, interesting. So our feed is apparently, thanks to you guys at home helping us out, our feed is just not as good as it was on the other course, and I have no idea why that is. But it might be the towers, so we're going to have to do another speed check and see if we can test our broadband. Can you stick this right? Oh, it's not going to work right now because I've got too many filters on there. We'll worry about that later. Do we ever have Benoit Marie? We already did that?
Yeah, we did that.
So let's do this for you guys. I bear with us. We're just trying to mess around and get everything right. We have nothing going on. We got 3 knots of breeze. Aaron. Oh, Aaron, right. Aaron is you, Ronnie. Aaron was you in these last regattas in the last Moth World. He was the guy sitting down there with his head underneath everything the entire time. So huge thanks from Aaron and all you guys saying hi. It's very cool of you to be awake right now. I have no idea what time it is back home, but can't be an easy time. But let's take you back to Nathan Outteridge. And bear with us if we have any in and out issues. We're just trying to make sure that are lined up right for us, and we'll take you to I tell you what, no one's gonna push me in the water because I've got the internet in my pocket. So unless you guys don't want to see any more, no one's pushing me in the water till the end of the regatta. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so guys, I'm gonna send it to it's back to Ronnie in the studio to show you Nathan Outteridge. Cheers.
I'm getting 7.
For hours and hours here. What's going on?
I just thought, been doing quite a bit of sailing on the boat the last few days, and it's just always nice to have a check over the boat before the event starts. And I was just pulled the wings apart just to see if there's any cracks in them. I had cracks all in the front of my wing bars, and a few people have been breaking various bits and pieces. So I just did the full birthday and pulled it apart, replaced nearly every rope, every system, and hopefully it all works tomorrow, first day.
Well, I mean, you've had a habit of being able to overcome some of the defects, but you put a lot of time into this boat. Can you sort of tell us a couple of the features that you're proud of this thing, or is it just is it special?
It is special. Like, I think in Hawaii it was brand new. It was stock standard. It's the same boat as Hawaii. And then hailing, it was pretty much standard. And then I had a bit of time since hailing, so everyone's been trying to put more rake into the rigs to help depower. So by doing that, you get the clue lower, and we had to put a cut in the boom so I can get under. My back's not as flexible as it used to be, so trying to get under the boom is quite important. And in doing that, we put a lever on the boom to help with the vang, the loads, and then I cut the mast stump, lowered all the stuff down to try and help with the centre of gravity or the centre of effort, trying to get it down. And then just made a bunch of different aero fairings and bits and pieces. So, and obviously painted it blue and put 1,000 stickers on it again. So.
Would it be a big deal to you to win an Australian Nationals and a World Championship here in your home country?
Yeah, it would be for sure. I think the reason why we're all here, a lot of the top guys, is here to win. I've had 2 firsts and 2 seconds, so I'd definitely like to keep it on the podium. I think by far it's going to be the hardest event in any Moth fleet I've ever sailed in. 170 boats. Just if you damage anything, you're going to get a lot of points next to your name, whereas in the past, if you damage something, you get a few less. So I think it's going to be tough, and we've had some really good racing here, and I'm just excited for it all to start tomorrow.
You got a sentimental top 3?
We were talking about this last night and I reckon my top 3 is Tom Slingsby, Pete Burling, and myself is what I've put it in. So we'll see how we go for the end of the week.
Got a dark horse, unexpected performer?
there's too many of those. I reckon Glenn Ashby's a bit of a dark horse. He hasn't had the boat very long, but I reckon he'll make the top 10 for sure.
A regatta where Glenn Ashby is the dark horse. That's a pretty stacked regatta, guys. Hey, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
No worries. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you. I got you. We're live. We're looking at Ronnie the squirrel in the hole. Anyway, Chris Dixon comes by. KA Sales and CST, and he's got the neon orange foils. The level of customization here is extensive, certainly. That's the Firefly. A lot of guys have some good names on their boats too. We just heard 4240 up here. Can we go home yet? So yeah, you know, back in the day, just kind of put it on me a little bit. So back in the day, you know, the Moths would actually race in really light air, and because the boats had such little wetted surface area, whether it's a skinny moth or the scow moths, when you put them on their side, you know, heel them over, they moved really well in the light air. They're a phenomenal light air boat. And when they put the foils on over the past 3 years, I think the class voted that at their major regattas there would always be a 5-knot wind limit, because it's just no fun. You know, this class has not grown from almost disappeared. I mean, it was in danger of losing its ISAF status in the early 2000s. And it's not grown from that situation to become the premier dinghy class in the world, the minor leagues for America's Cup foilers, and just the place to be, by going and sailing at 4 knots. So nobody on the course is foiling right now as they practice around, not even the really, really light ones. And, you know, I think everyone is anxious to go in and have a food and a drink. And the question will be, how long do they sit out here? The forecast was pretty solid that we should be able to be out here racing. Is that right, Mark? Yep. So, you know, there is a couple of cloud lines coming in, one significant one that looks like that's the one that should have some breeze in it, but it's taking its sweet ass time to get here. And, you know, I don't know. I wish I had more stuff to show you, frankly. I wish I had a whole bunch of interviews, but we've got, like I said, 6 more big days here. The priority was to make sure we could bring you something live, despite the fact that it's not the perfect 720p 30 stuff that we wanted to bring you. We'll get there. But this is the first time we're broadcasting live from Australia. And for us, at least, it's pretty exciting. Australia has come a long way, even since last year when we were covering the Hobart. The 4G network is brilliant. It's very fast. We're having some issues with the tower handoffs, but mostly it's been great. I don't think that's our issue. We've got some other hardware issues.
We are in 720p, and people are still saying it looks fine.
All right, so Ronnie says it looks fine. You know, maybe I'm my own worst critic. I actually am, as anyone who knows me will know, and anyone who's listened to me yell and scream at my crew for not getting it right. It's usually just me being too hard on everyone. Any of you guys involved in the Volvo Ocean Race, in race control or in TV that have been on the wrong side of me bitching and moaning, yeah, apologies. You know, I wear my heart on my sleeve. I love what I'm doing. I love that I get to do this and show you guys all this stuff, and I want it to be perfect. So hopefully you're enjoying it. And I don't know, maybe we'll just give you sights and sounds for a little bit. Whoa, here's something. Wacky little catamaran kind of motoring right through the middle of the course. Look at that thing. Looks like a pretty quick one. Nice one. Checking out the other fast boats. Right on. So we've got the crowded house. We saw some tornadoes tuning out here, the old style tornadoes with pinhead mains and all that stuff. And, you know, actually a really good time to talk about the Mornington Peninsula. Let's talk about the Mornington Peninsula. You know that this place is the first place that they ever sailed a wing-sailed boat of any type. You know what the America's Cup did. You know what the Little America's Cup did. You know these big, giant, hard wing sails that look like the side of a jet plane. Well, the first one ever to hit the water was called Miss Nilex. And Nilex is like a paint company, right? Garden hose fittings, right? So Miss Nilex came here, and well, with a wing sail, crushed, right? I think won every race by legs, and that was the era. Then this place became where the world's fastest boat, Yellow Pages Endeavor, was sailing, right? And that was Lindsay Cunningham. The brilliant inventor Lindsay Cunningham with Yellow Pages Endeavor, Simon McKeon, and this Mornington Peninsula is exactly where it all happened. This is actually one of those places known for its off-the-beach innovation. We've got the Couta boats here, these fascinating sort of turn of the century, 20s, 30s, what?
No, they actually go right back to the 1880s.
Right back to, so turn of the century and earlier. Fishing boats, fishing gaff or gunter. Do they have it's a sloop, right? Or they have a little mizzen?
Yeah.
Some of them. No, just a sloop. So just a gaff rig sloop or a cutter even. They got a big long bowsprit, and they've raced for well over 100 years. The lore is a little bit about they would race home with their catch, but they would also come and race against these yacht clubs, and they would have these prize races all through the early part of the 1900s and right through until almost the present day. They'd have 20 to 50 people out watching these races, betting on these races, and the purse would be as much as a fisherman could make in a month. So these incredible fishermen, well, these guys who sailed for a living would go out and come in and raid some of these yacht races and take home a big purse. And I think the gambling history is one of those things that really sets Australian yachting apart, because even the Hobart race is millions and millions and millions of dollars are gambled on it every year. The gambling sustains the 18-foot skiff class, which is one of the most exciting kind of racing that you can watch. Only sustained because of the way that the Sydney 18-foot skiff club, what is it called? There's two of them.
Oh, there's the 18-footers.
The 18-foot skiff club, yeah, over in Shark Bay, or in, yeah, and they go out and race 22, 23 boats every weekend. And you've got big boats, ferry boats full of people gambling on them and drinking their afternoon away and having a great old piss up and having a great time. And that's fascinating. But down here, this Couta boat class has been innovating with speed innovation since, the 19th century. Amazing history in a country that's barely 200 years old. How? Discovered by sailors? Discovered by our old friend James, who I got to sail on his lovely Endeavour replica, and we got to retrace some of that voyage. And he found this place and killed a guy or two and went up to the north. And fascinating history, absolutely. And really, it was also a place where you couldn't get from one place to another. There was no way to get from one place to another in the interior because it was full of things that bit you and killed you. There was no water anywhere, really hard to get around. So the only way to move things in this country for 100 years was by water and by sailing vessel. And that's really where the history of this place comes from. If you were not a seaman, you really couldn't get around. You really couldn't do anything here. And if you it's reflected in every part of their lives. When they first settled here in Botany Bay, as Ronnie pointed out in his piece up on Sailing Anarchy, when they first settled in Botany Bay, they sort of were there for a while, and then they went, boy, there's a much better harbor up the road, and they all moved to Sydney Harbor. And it is one of the world's gems today. It's got, if any of you saw that fireworks display on Sydney Harbor, the biggest in the world, it is the prettiest city in the world because it's on this incredibly huge, gorgeous bay with foreshore all the way around, tiny little harbors and little niches and nooks. And I tell you what, Melbourne is pretty special itself. It's at the head of this 20-mile or whatever long bay, or even longer, because 50-mile, I don't know, I've been driving up and down it. I got to go to the airport again tonight. It's a solid hour and 30 minutes to the airport from here. But yes, you've got a beautiful city up there right on a river, and a big giant Ferris wheel right next to it, and beautiful buildings and these gates to the city, and very much feeling like it's a place on the water rather than a place that just happens to be on the water like a lot of cities. Australia's big cities tend to embrace their nautical culture, and I think everyone does down here as well. So the Mornington Peninsula, where we are, place for innovation. Also, it's a place where all the Melbourne folks come down for their summer vacation, like the Hamptons are in New York, or Fire Island, or one of those places, Catalina if you're in California. And we've just really, really enjoyed it. So I think I'm not going to sit here and talk for too much longer because we're really not going on, and I think we're going to... Is that you, Ronnie? Oh, that was the engine. I think we're probably going to go in here. They're not going to make them float out here for too much longer. I mean, it's just brutal. So we'll take it back to you in a little bit, but I think right now we might go and set the tripod up and just let you see what it looks like. Thank you, Ronnie, for all of you out here. And maybe just one more time, sort of let you know who's doing this. If you've just joined us, and if you've been with us for the last 2 hours, great. Thank you so much. We love you. But if you're just joining us, please make sure to go check out Sperry Topsider's Facebook page. Those guys are doing a great job helping us out, and I think they really want to be part of some exciting stuff in sailing. That's their heritage for 80 years, making boat shoes, and they love sailing. They want to get back into the exciting side of it, which is why they've joined us to bring you the Moth World Championship live. Also, a huge thanks to our good friend Bobby Hillier for helping us with some beautiful hats. You know, I don't think they have Flex Fit in Australia, because everyone here is like coming up to me and begging me. They told me they'd give me a car in exchange for these hats, because I think they only have hats from like 10 years ago in this country. Sometimes it's really modern here, like the internet, really modern. Sometimes, ooh, boy, you know, you realize that their big box stores like Target, they close at 5:30 in the afternoon. That's the one I can't get over. Anyway, I'm saying this to all you guys up at the club because I know you're watching, and we'll have a little fight when we get in. But, you know, there's nobody that does better at taking the piss out of each other than the Aussies and the Americans, and that's what this whole week is about. So big thanks to Sperry, Line Honors, everyone else who's helped us bring this to you, especially Mark and all the folks at the Sorrento Sailing Couta Boat Club. Check them out on Facebook as well. And we'll take you to the tripod. Thanks again. We got some sound. Thank you, Ronnie. Okay, I'm actually going to go in 13 seconds, all right? 12, 11, 10. Wish I could see the other end of the line.
Yep. And start line.
All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, that is 2 minutes to the start here of the 2015 Moth World Championships. Welcome to our live coverage of this spectacular event from Sorrento, Australia, and the Sorrento Sailing Couta Boat Club. Huge thanks to Sperry Topsider. Odyssey's await, and we are back under AP. Uh-oh. So everyone got really excited. We finally got some breeze after sitting around for 40 minutes, and it looks like the breeze kind of shut off a little bit and took a little bit of a hard right there just before the start. So we are back into postponement, but I'll go on and mention line honors fitters. Thanks for all their help in getting us a great package of gear and hats and stuff to represent the Sperry Sailing Anarchy team. Also, a big thanks, of course, to support of Sailing Anarchy and our wonderful leader, Scott Tempesta. And back into it again.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get my let me get my own time set here. Are they talking about any of this on the radio, or is it off?
No, we've got somebody with an open channel.
Still. Yeah, you know. Do we have a way to call them at all? See if they've moved to another channel or anything like that? Yeah. Okay, so that's that was a AP down. So we're gonna kind of stick around here and see what happens. But it was a shift, and I didn't see anything like a reset yet. So we'll see what happens. Over here on blue course, we've been on yellow course if you've been watching us all morning. If you haven't, the excellent Sander, you take a look, turn left a little bit there and just show the photographer guy there. Sander van der Borch and PD Crawford. And there is our 4 minute. There you go. So start and sink. Okay, so 4 minutes to race 3 of the qualifiers. This is Blue Fleet. If you have not been watching us, we have been with the other fleet all morning. That's Yellow Fleet, where Nathan Outteridge won the first 2 races of the day, and Josh McKnight and Pete Burling standouts as well. Over here on the blue course, the first race was won by Tom Slingsby with Bora Gulari, the American, just behind. And the second race won going away by Scotty Babbage, who's a spectacular light air sailor and multiple runner-up at the World Championship in the Moth, but he's never taken it. The international class president, Scott Babbage. Also, Chris Rashley with a bulging disc and a desiccated disc and laying in the street paralyzed the other day has come back with the help of some steroids and some great local doctors and some support. And he, I think, got second in the last race. So sailing is... And what is that one? So that's our 4. Yeah, okay. Now I got it. So the blue flag there is the Moth flag. That's the 5 minute gun. The red and white checker, whatever that means, I guess that's their version of the prep flag, is 4 minutes. What is that? What does that mean?
So if you're over within a minute to go and it's a general recall, you can race again instead of getting for the black flag and not being able to start.
So you just got to go restart.
Yeah.
So that's like an I flag, right? I guess what we would call it, where if you're over in the for a race, and the point of that is to prevent the dip start. In this fleet, it's always been very, very good strategically in the light air to do a dip start where you reach along while everyone else is trying to get going upwind, and you reach along and do a dip start. Take a look right here. Matty Knowles, the U.S. class president, one of the lighter sailors in the fleet. We're kind of in a bit of a tough spot here. We're a little close to these guys, you know. Yeah, I hear you. We got to make a bit of a move here. Anyway, so yeah, you're going to keep wanting to move just out and out and out. I mean, they'll come around you for the most part, but just get a decent distance. I was trying to point out Matty Knowles because he's definitely one of the lighter sailors in this fleet at about 140 pounds, which is probably 60 kilos, something like that, 55 kilos. And he is spectacular in the light air. And that's what we're in right now. We're still in sort of It's getting a little more solid, but we're still in 8 knots to maybe 10 knots. Most of the boat's comfortably foiling, but still not an easy foil. As Oz 3976 comes by. Not sure exactly who that is, but... And just keep in mind, if they're barely foiling, Mark, they're going to try and come down, you know?
Yep.
And that's when they're going to point at you. And that's when they're going to start yelling and screaming. So there goes Scotty Babbage. Stay with the 7 there, channel 7. There goes Scott Babbage. If there's one guy who will sail around all this pre-start on the foils and then go and crush this fleet, that's the guy. He also is very light, probably 60 kilos and change, probably or 70 kilos and maybe a little bit. And Babbage won the, or should have won the practice race, but he kind of took it easy at the finish. No one wants to win a practice. So we'll kind of pay attention to the fleet here. Remember, 2 days of qualifying races, up to, I think, 8 races. And then 5 days, 4 or 5 days, depending on whether they use the lay day, of World Championship Gold and Silver Fleet Finals. And... there we go. There's your 1 minute. Who's that? Who's that?
Just here, Peter Danks, Legend Danks' husband.
Peter Danks right here, and you just saw Borgulari go by 42.39, I believe that was. The two-time world champion who won a light air Moth Worlds in Hawaii. Okay, now you can start to back up. Can you tell me who bow 90 is? Or boat hull 90?
Harry Miles.
Who is that? Harry Miles, okay. Here comes the action. Guys, don't get in front of live feed, please. "15 seconds, guys. 10, 12, 10, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh. AP, the entire, all right, so what happens? Big right shift, the entire fleet over here on the right over the line. So no choice but to call it. Literally, the entire fleet was over the line. Certainly the right half of the fleet was completely over the line, but let's keep watching them for a minute. General recall and AP up. We'll just keep watching them for a minute, and then Mark, you're going to be like for the next one. Yep. It's going to be basically as soon as the start goes, whether it's a recall or not, spin out to the left, yep, and chase, and he'll shoot off the side of the boat. So you can see big right shift and loss in velocity. I think they were a little bit hasty there. I think they needed to wait it out maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. There's still a pretty big cloud out there sucking some wind up, and this new sun and this new breeze line is just not here yet. We've got some blue sky blowing up. We've got some sun on the course. But race committee getting a wee bit impatient there, making sure they get in enough qualifying races. There's a lot of pressure on them. What was the name of the race officer who hurt himself or
Hurt himself?
It was supposed to run this event, who then
Not sure.
You don't know about that?
Story, but I do know that the race officer here is Peter Gale, a multi-time world champion himself. If you had a race officer you had to choose, Galey's the man.
Galey, all right. So there you go, Peter Gale. And so far, these guys have done a pretty good job. It's pretty tough conditions, and yeah, pretty tough conditions. You've got the pressure of, I don't know, what was it, about 18 America's Cup sailors, 12 Olympic medalists, and God knows who else in this fleet, and the whole world watching. So, they hold it together. I'm just not too worried about it. Obviously, Mark is not too worried about it. Peter Gale, world-class race officer. And I don't know who the other one is on the other boat, but hopefully there was a race officer to run this event who I think got sick or had a problem. Had a heart attack. That's right. Okay. Had a heart attack. Yeah, and so he couldn't make it, and I think Peter Gale and Rob or whoever the other guy was came in last minute and done a nice job so far. Got a lot of racing to go. How the race officers do is always an issue. Right now you're looking at Kyle Langford, right? About 137. Is that Kyle? Yep. Kyle Langford, Oracle Team USA sailor and America's Cup winner. Oh, no, sorry, that's Tommy Spittle. Is that brother's boat? How are you, Tommy? All right.
Yeah, glad that was AP.
So that's Jimmy Spithill's brother. He's got Big Bro's boat, I think, and Jimmy couldn't make it, and I have no doubt that he is watching right now if he's awake. Shoulder injury or no shoulder injury, it certainly didn't keep him from grinding on that big Comanche the other week in the Wild Oats. So we also offered to send Jimmy a plane ticket to come here and commentate with us, and he said he's got to get back to the States. So.
You realize that when Jimmy was grinding, it's actually push-button grinding. There was no pressure on his shoulder.
No, that's the Australian boat. The Americans have real grinders, my friend. There's no push-button winches on that. Record breaker. That's not a harbor cruiser.
Oh, look, the Aussie American. Look, delusion is something you can't argue with.
Look, it's fine if you guys need help with things like grinding. You know, you don't grow them as big as we do, but you know, it's still a nice boat. We like her. We like the skinny girls.
Well, you know how you were talking about the 18-foot skiffs. Yeah. You know, our pro footballers, and this goes back to the 1920s, 30s. They needed a summer training program for them. And they put them on those and they stacked them on the 18-foot skiffs, and they used to do things which was, because they were too big and heavy, light breeze. Yeah. You drop them off on a mark, and you did a couple of circuits, and you picked them up at the end. So our pro footballers, those big grinding guys, our rowers, that's where we get our grinders from.
That's pretty funny. And you know, Jimmy Spithill is you could put it on me. Jimmy Spithill is a big, strong dude, but yeah, we're taking the piss, and I know you guys are going to send this link to Jimmy if he's not already watching. I told you could come here and have a good time. I don't know if you've been to this beach, Jimmy, but you would enjoy it. I won't say any more about that or push-button sailing from Australians, and congratulations, a big congratulations to everybody aboard Wild Oats and part of that program for the Wild Oats 11's record-breaking 8th Sydney Hobart win a couple weeks ago on the Boxing Day Classic. It was fabulous to watch, and I think Ken Reed and the American team with Jim Clark's Comanche really brought a good game, and the better man won. So I don't know what that was. The AP is still up, so they've got a line reset, it looks like. So they did. So we got seriously right wind now, which is that shift that we saw that created that massive stack up at the boat end. Where was it Rashley or was it who was it that told us? That was Maddie that told us that right side's going to be busy, and it sure was, and that was the cause of that AP. Mark, can you see on the other course whether they've been racing or not? I haven't really paid any attention to it. Looks like they are. I wonder if it's worth it. We're not going to run hard because we don't want anything to break again.
Stay here. Have a look what's happening in shore.
It does look like it's really, really getting consistent, actually. So if you look across the course, the sun's breaking out. The patches of blue are getting bigger and bigger. And this is the high pressure that we've been waiting for to come in, bring a little bit breeze at its edge and some nice weather. But I don't know about the right shift. That makes me a little nervous. So we'll see what happens. But again, huge congratulations for Wild Oats for that 8th win, and a big congrats for Wild Rose and
Isn't that amazing?
And Hicko, and that was the original Wild Oats. I interviewed him in Boxing Day last year, the year before, in 13, and Roger Hickman with that beautiful 43-footer. That was the boat that he sailed with Bob Oatley 30 years ago or whatever. Unbelievable. So it's really cool to have the boat that won the record wins and the boat that was the first one that Bob Oatley ever sailed, the beginning of that Wild Oats incredible program. So yeah, congratulations to them and to all the other things going on in the area. We've got I-14 Worlds in Geelong. We've got 8-Cat Worlds coming up somewhere not too far away. This is the place to be if you want to come and do a World Championship in the winter, Northern Hemisphere winter. This is where you come because it is lovely here. As you can see, the sun is out, the jackets are coming off, and it won't be long before the bikinis start breaking out on the beach. And we'll be with you for 6 more days of spectacular racing at the 2015, God, is it 2015 already? Moth World Championship with Sailing Anarchy, brought to you by Sperry, and line honors and all the other fine folks down here at the Sorrento Sailing Couta Boat Club. You know what a cooter is? Oh, is that the same in Australian? I'm just checking. No. You don't? All right, good. Okay. Just checking. Because the first time I read the name, I went, oh, I'm going.
I started off the Couta Boat website for the association, and I was doing search engine optimization. I learned things that I never imagined I'd learn.
We don't need to tell you non-Americans what a cooter is, because you won't know, and I don't want to bring it up, but what do you think?
Abbreviation for barracuda, like
Yeah,
fish.
That's it.
Perfect. See? Take a 14-year-old to tell us what we need to tell us. Short for a barracuda.
Right?
Oh yeah, okay. So here's what we need to do. We need to do a little bit of this.
I wondered if I was whiting. Oh, too bright. Oh, nice.
Okay, so what we can do, we still need to go darker, so we got a little button here. Actually, can I take this for a second? Actually,
Okay, we're on the start.
You want to switch? You want to do camera for a little bit?
I need to get up the other end.
Go when you go.
It's Tom Johnson in the water.
All right,
Check
so
the numbers, Charlie.
we've got a where's Goody? So right here, we're looking at Paul Goodison, multiple laser world champion, Artemis Racing, and Paul, our reporters picked for maybe not the win, but certainly a top 10. Goody is a spectacular sailor and a stellar guy, one of the top chances for the Brits, along with Chris Rashley. A pretty weak fleet. Now, if we've got to throw a razz out there to anyone besides the international sailing media who decide not to show up, it's to the our Palmy friends, Ben Payton and Special Offer and of course Greenhalgh. At least he's got an excuse. He's in the Indian Ocean, but the English have been pushing the Australians so hard for so long, and it's really, really, really sad to not see more of them down here, because there is a great group of English Moth sailors based out of Hayling Island, and we really do like to see them compete. But Goodison always bringing it. I think we're inside 4 minutes now. And again, there's that whatever that flag, which means can't be over in before a minute or you're in trouble. You can go back and restart, but yeah. You're going pin end now?
No.
Okay. Where's the other end of the line?
Out that way.
Ah, okay. All right. Yeah, that was a little screwy. So these guys are all above the line. Is that accurate? All right, so take a look here at the number 7. We'll just watch Babbage for a minute. Here comes Scotty. Again, if anyone's going to win a Worlds that hasn't won one in that top group, this is the guy that could do it. We know Bora can do it. We know Joshi can do it. We know Nath can do it. And we suspect that Burling and Ashby and Slingsby all could possibly do it. But this guy right here, Babbage, has the most experience of any of those non-world champions. and he's got the right weight if we keep the breeze light. Breeze comes on, I think Scotty has a little more trouble, but he's still pretty quick in the heavy stuff too. You know, which becomes more about sort of boat management. And there we go. There comes Mr. Langford. He's a big boy, 80, 84, 85 kilos. He's very lean. And doesn't have big legs, but really a lot of muscle, so a lot of upper body strength. He did a lot of grinding before he took over for Cheese, and then he became the wing trimmer on the BMW Oracle, or on the Oracle Team USA, and helped them win the America's Cup. Yeah, cool.
Are we still on push longer?
No, we're at 2 minutes. If you are just joining us, we are less than 2 minutes to a start as the fleet lines up. And you can actually see the fleet lining up. Who's that 126 there? Ireland. So you can see the start line, and you can see them all lining up off the foils. We don't see anyone zooming, a few people zooming in still on the foils. But at about a minute, you'll start to see them tear off down the line. A fairly good line set here with a lot of current coming in this. What was that? I don't think they meant that to be two horns, did they? I think they just messed up the horn a little bit. So we are still in a start here. We got no change in flags, but there was definitely, but flags, AP.
Because of the mess up in the flag.
Yeah, AP because they messed the flags up. So, a little bit of a shocker there. Okay, who's that 112? Can you run the, bow 112?
112. Yeah,
Chris Rast. All right, so AP is up. We are in postponement again. Do they go right back into it? I would forecast that they will. I think the Scow guys are just saying, let's go home. I swear I just saw. This is a fire.
Okay. Going up. 5 minutes 50.
I don't know. I really do. Can you turn back to the right and just film these Scow guys for a second? I think they were talking about going back to the beach. I don't know. I could be wrong. No, they're coming back. All right, good for them. Good for them. It's always frustrating to sit out here for a long time and wait, but good for those guys for sticking it out.
We've got Hull 99 just going past us.
Is that an Aus one too?
Yep.
Anytime you can throw out a name, that's awesome.
All right. The team.
What's CP? All right, excellent. So we are, was that the 5 there?
Now the 5 is about to happen.
Copy. I'm just going to get it on my watch here, folks. Again, there we go. 5 minutes to race 3 of the qualification series. We're with Blue Fleet. One of our handful of Irish sailors goes by. How are you, man? Great little contingent of Irish here. But anyway, a little shout out for you sailing fans also who been following along the Barcelona World Race. But thanks to Ronnie Simpson for giving me some updates because I'm really interested in that. Cheminée Pojolat with Bernard Stam and Jean Le Cam remains in the lead over the significantly faster boat with Alex Thompson and Pepe Ribes, and Renault Captor 45 miles back from the lead. Neutrogena 52 back, and Gaia Centros Aditivos with Anna Corbella in 5th. And Dong Fong continues to lead the Volvo Ocean Race fleet, with Brunel just a mile and change behind them. Abu Dhabi and Alva Medica back 15 and 32 miles. Team SCA in front of Mafre with Rob Greenhalgh, probably Britain's top Moth sailor, back in the back of the pack. I think Rob would probably be happy to be here sailing, but you know, pro sailors got to earn a living too, and being on the Volvo is a great way to sail hard across the ocean and continue to feed your family.
Sam Phillips just going by.
Oh, Sam Phillips going by.
Now Sam's dad is the maker of those fine wooden boats.
Sam's dad builds these beautiful race committee boats that we're looking at the wooden boat shop. think we ran into the elder Mr. Phillips yesterday. Very interesting cat. You like that? All of you folks back in the club watching, I don't know, Alicia, if you've got it set up yet, but hopefully you do. Otherwise, we certainly hope to have this up on the big screen all week. It'll be at least entertaining, hopefully not politically difficult. Here goes Scotty coming by, possibly the leader in this blue fleet at the moment. Less than 3 minutes to a start here, assuming we get one after a couple 3 APs and.
Maybe.
I mean, it looks reasonably steady, but I think looks can be very deceiving out here, especially with this current running. The current is definitely running pretty good. It switched around during the last half hour, and I think that we got 230 here. So yeah, the current switched around, and that always has a really big effect on the wind here. And at least right now, where we're sitting, we're in almost a glass off. But the guy's up to, I don't know. This isn't looking great. It's not looking great. And all that beautiful blue sky that we're seeing coming in just seems to have kind of stopped coming in. I don't know if that's because of this current shift or if it's just the high pressure kind of struggling to establish itself. I mean, it's funny. If you're looking there, you see the clouds up in the sky there that we're moving. We're pretty far from right to left for a while there, and they've just stopped in the past 5-10 minutes. And I don't know what that means for us, but I don't. They try not to keep these guys out for too long. At the same time, for qualification, to get in a good number of qualifications races so that you have an accurate World Championship fleet. Yeah. How are you? So we are live with you from Port Phillip Bay as Ned Goss, pan right a little bit. Ned Goss goes by from Charleston, South Carolina. Now keep it on Ned Goss there for a second. Ned Goss is at least according to a Velocitech and I think the observers and the Velocitech data and analysts, Ned Goss, the fastest man ever to sail a Moth. 36 knots, I believe it was. He's got a lot of riding moment, and we are inside 1 minute as they line up here. Here comes Zach. Oh yeah, Zach, you really like this stuff, huh? And it's over. I'm gonna predict that we're gonna go home here shortly. I wouldn't mind that, folks. I mean, it's been wonderful to be with you here today, and I can talk for another 5 hours if I really have to. But I don't want to. I would much rather go have one of those lovely dark and stormies on the beach. Oh, Rast? So you hear Chris Rast, Swiss and American Chris Rast. See with that Aon sticker there in EFG Bank or EFG International. Not happy at all. Lake Geneva sailor, former manager of the Alinghi D35 team, and just an absolute awesome sailor. Melgus 20 world champion, I believe, and absolute awesome pro. With one of my favorite all-time sailors as a wife, Danny Rast. Chris not happy at all that they would go into postponement or go into AP right there during a start when it seems like the breeze is at least workable. And again, look at Chris. He's a skinny guy. And he likes the light air. It's definitely plays to his advantages. He's also got that end plate effect on the boom. Can you just shoot down? If you can see the boom, how it's crooked. Just kind of keep that in frame. You can zoom out a little bit and keep it from bouncing around. But take a look at that boom. I was talking about that before. You get the boom. That gets the forward half of the sail onto the deck, but it still lets him attack the boat, and that's why it comes up there. If it was just about efficiency, you would see that whole sail come right down to the deck and almost touch the deck. That would be the most efficient thing. But then you couldn't get underneath the boat. You can see the sailors trying to cheat toward the. Well, it looks like we're going to do it again. Oh, God. So anyway, the sailor's starting to get a little unhappy. There's not much they can do about it. So that's the problem. What Bora just told us, the current is ripping. We started to talk about it a minute ago, but the current changed in the last hour, and now it's really ripping hard from the, what direction is this, west to east? Or west to east. So from the west to the east, The current is really tearing across this course, and it's making it impossible for them to get a proper start off with this light air. So if you're sitting there in the water, you're just moving at 2.5 knots now from west to east. And you know, the boats are moving at 2 knots when they're in the water. It's making it impossible to get on the start line and do the right thing. And until the breeze comes in, there's just not much we can do. The buoys are showing 8 to 10 knots around the bay, with the forecast calling for 10 to 15. I'm gonna try and get my watch synced here for a second. Hang on, please excuse me. Start, stop, and then a little sinking action. So that was 5 or 4? 5. No, yeah, because that other one isn't up yet. So yeah, let's stop that for a second. So we're inside 5 minutes after the third AP of the day, and one that not a lot of people were happy about. But this big current is making it tough to get positioned for a start. That's why the entire fleet is all the way up here, because there's just no way to get out of the bottom if you're stuck off the foils. And in this light air, it's not easy to get up on the foils unless you're really light, and even then it can be a bit of a hassle. Just keep an eye out up here for yourself. So I'm looking at, there we go, there's our 4, 6, I'm just syncing up here. Start, okay, 350. So yeah, from the Bureau of Meteorology, 8 to 10, which is, I mean, it's really 6 to 7 right now, I would call it. Maybe the puffs are 8. You'd struggle to see a 10 knot puff here right now, but maybe the guys that are on the other course are moving a little bit better. That's hard to say. The forecast is calling for more breeze, and we know that we've got a front coming through tonight, and we should have significantly more breeze. I think we're supposed to have 20 plus by about midnight, and then possibly holding for tomorrow, maybe even building up to over 20. So that should be pretty good. And yeah, what else can we talk about?
Well, let's go pick down this line, because...
Not yet. You got Zach on your bow. They'll mostly, I mean, these guys are all pretty cool about it. We've got about 250 left to go here. You all right, Zach? You need us to move?
Your audio just went bad. It got all staticky and weird.
Okay, that's a processor issue, I think we found out, haven't we? Still bad?
Yep.
Hard to tell. You know, let me brighten up the picture a little bit. That might be an issue. Spin that wheel a little bit. And just see this little wheel?
Yeah, it was hard for me to see. Can you see it?
Oh,
It's a little bit brighter now. That's a bit brighter. Good. That's nice. That's better. Oh, good. That's perfect. Thank you.
how's that? Any better, Ronnie?
Above and below.
Ronnie, is that any better?
It never went bad in the live. You know, just hear it bad.
Copy. All right. Okay, so folks, we are inside 2 minutes. Go get him. Get some. Oh, he's got it on the boat. Yeah. We're gonna have to get some sound bites there. So let's keep it on. Cut out completely. On your Wirecast feed. 2222. No, it's on there. I'm looking at it. 2222. 2222. 22. But I'm looking at it. Are you sure you didn't hit the mute button or something? I know I'm looking at it. So that means it's coming in. So maybe there's a headphone issue. Well, so we'll see what happens with YouTube, Ronnie. But we are just about at the 1 minute. We see them stacking up. Heads up for these guys right here. Sorry, Stefano. You got it. Hey, you have to look ahead. Okay? You have to. You have to. All right? You're going to get us in trouble. Awesome stuff. This is 45 seconds to go. You can watch right over here. The jibe going on. No one's loving this stuff. 35 seconds. And we're all clear out here. Nice job there, driver. Got one other guy up here, just so you know, Mark. You got one other guy up here, okay? So you can even almost start to pivot the boat now with the engines. 20 seconds to go. Now let's watch them power up. Okay, we've got a bunch of guys down this end. We got one of these scows down here. And 10 seconds to go. Race 3 of the Blue Fleet qualifiers for the Moth World Championship. Zach Maxim, a great light air sailor, is at the boat end. There you go. There is your start. It looks all clear to us, but I'm not sure. I don't see any flags coming up. I don't hear any sound signals, so we're going to call that one all clear. And we're going to head up the course here. And all we're going to do is stay outside the course, not move fast, because these guys are mostly not on the foils. And I'm going to tell you this right now, this should not be a race. They should not be racing right now. The class is not going to allow really any more of this. Okay, you got tackers now. You got to stop, or you got to just stop. Yep, you got to peel out. Peel out fairly hard. I don't want to. Yeah, you got sort of good. You can kind of hold station here for a little bit, and then wait till they go by, and then we'll go up again a little. Okay. All right. Got a great crew with you today. Got young Charlie, beautiful Marie, our ADD driver Mark. And of course Ronnie down in the booth. I'm Mr. Clean. This is the On the Water Anarchy Report from the 2015 McDougall and McConaughey Moth World Championship. First to the right are 2 scow moths and Zach Maxim from Southern California. And you can see the whole fleet is off the foils. This is not really a Moth World Championship race. They do not, the whole point is not to do this. But because the current is moving against the wind, got it, okay. So because the current is moving against the wind, it's creating sort of a less apparent wind, a current wind. So they're really only sailing, even though it's blowing 6 or 7, and they're really only sailing in 5 knots of breeze. While the race committee is still reading 6 or 7 because they're anchored. So that's really what I believe is going on. And I can't imagine that this is going to stand. You know, I'll tell you what, let's go swing by the race committee and let's ask them what they're thinking. Because I don't, it's not like we're trying to pick a fight or anything. I just want to understand, because we've covered a lot of these and we've never seen a situation where they're cool with having a race start when the whole fleet is foiling. What was all that? We got warnings going off. This is like the 2010 America's Cup. So again, we talked about the breeze. It's light. I don't know. There's buoys are reading okay, but just kind of pop by these guys and ask them what they're thinking. Yeah, all right. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get a mic on them, but I just want to sort of give them a little chance to talk about it. What's the plan? Let's put the camera on them too when we go by. Just unplug the DC. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for all feedback. All right, so yeah, thanks for all the feedback. We were switching lens filters and stuff to get it on when it was too bright. What do you think, guys? You could do a whole race off the foils? Yeah. Yeah, so we're getting the arguments right now, actually. We got sort of calls are coming in, and there's, yeah, we'll bust out of here. So yeah, there's folks watching this. And whether they're watching from the shore or from other boats, I'd say that the class reps are probably giving an earful to some people. What is that? Is that the inverter? Oil? Sounds like an oil alarm, doesn't it?
I think I just need to give it a bit of a run.
Yeah, probably. All right, so we've got the whole fleet doing this. This is actually the circumstances where we could probably go up the course. So we'll kind of work up the course. Right now I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats foiling in this puff, and we're just starting to touch now. The boats that went right, the boats that went far right, in fact, Zach Maxim that we looked at there at the start is doing okay. But it's not a lot else going on. And that's the worst part about this kind of breeze where, you know, a few of the guys are foiling, but no one else is. So we'll see. I mean, I think there's breeze up the course, closer to shore. That's what we're seeing. Whether it holds at the bottom mark or not, we don't know. And that's what we saw in the last races. We saw it numerous times when Nathan came down the bottom. You know, it was fine, and then right at that last little bit, there just was nothing there. And they really, I don't know that it's feasible to move them much closer to the beach. Is it feasible to move them much closer? No, not much.
But here's the difference in foils.
Okay.
You've got the Oracle, big foils, is up.
Oh, this way.
So just... Thanks, Ronnie. Just keep an eye on that and see what you can do with it. Oh, you know what? The screen is really, really dark, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that. No, it's as bright as it goes. All right. So yeah, so back here we can see boats not foiling at all. But up the course, I'd say probably half the fleet is foiling. And the top left of the course has actually got quite a bit of dark water on it. So I think let's see, like can you look up bow 47? So Anderson Feathers. No, I don't think he's been sailing a Moth for very long. You can see him just low riding up the course. Okay, let's slow down now. I don't want to wake this guy. He's having enough trouble. But yeah, now you can kind of see, yeah, 1, 2, I don't know, not a lot of guys foiling. This is
Remember, everyone on this tack is up current.
right.
So they should be foiling on the other tack.
Right, so starboard should be a faster tack here because it's a little bit down current. Port should be up current. Yeah. It's a tough situation. It's probably the single toughest boat to do race committee for in the entire world because you have this interesting mix. Go with me.
Here's an example of a down current foiler.
So you got this interesting mix of how's the brightness, all right? You always spin the wheel. This is fun. I like this. Anyway, it's an interesting mix of boats that are very peculiar. They have different ley lines than anyone else. They have different needs than everyone else. They have a longer finishing span from the top of the boat to the bottom of the fleet than any other boat as a percentage of the time on course. I mean, they literally will finish 10 minutes apart on a 20-minute race, and that doesn't happen in any other fleet. Then you have some of the world's top rules guys and America's Cup sailors and match race skippers, and they know everything about the rules and everything about race committee, so they will push everything they can for an advantage and be incredibly critical when the race committee doesn't do a great job because these guys are used to the very, very best. And then you have the most difficult scoring system that you can. So the Moth World's made an effort this year for the first time to bring in an electronic scoring system, but it's just whoever the providers just and the local equipment just didn't work properly, and there was no way it was going to work. We actually went up there and saw these 160 units laid out on the table and getting charged, 2 days before the event, and I looked at it and I went, yeah, that's not going to happen. Not because I have a crystal ball, but it takes weeks to test all this stuff and set it up and do it right. We've had PD here for 2.5 weeks, and we still have issues every morning. And that's just how it goes. Electronics on the water don't mix. Doesn't matter if you're covering the Volvo Ocean Race, if you're covering the America's Cup. The only way the America's Cup was able to do it without a lot of hitches, and they had plenty of small hitches, but was by shoveling giant piles of gold and diamonds at it, you know. So we don't have gold and diamonds. We do have the great support of Sperry Topsider, but everything's on a budget here. As you can see, it's expensive to come down here. It's expensive for not only for the sailors to come, but for the media to come, and we're the only international media that I see here. Although I do expect Shirley Robertson with CNN Mainsail to show up, and it's always great to see Shirley. She loves the Moths. Probably gonna work our way back down and see what's happening. I don't want to get caught out.
Yep. I bet you.
So yeah. Anyways, that's how it goes, and at least right now we were able to bring you this feed, and it still seems to be working pretty well.
Gonna head back down to the start.
Yep. We'll get back down to the mark, and in fact, breeze filling in nicely. We'll see if it holds, but I don't know if that's filling down all the way at the bottom of the course or not. Mark, is the current bigger where the where that boat is anchored, or where would the current be?
We're about in the broadest part of this channel. Even across here.
Copy. So we're in the broadest part of the channel right now. It's pretty even here, but definitely more wind here, and definitely, yeah, no question, there's more breeze here, and it looks like the bulk of the fleet is now on the foils. And I would say we've probably got a consistent 7 knots right here. And that's enough to have a Moth race without the current, certainly. With the current, though, it is a challenge. And the guys who are on...
The scow's beating.
Yeah, you've got scows ahead of actual foilers in some circumstances. But most of the fleet on the foils, and it's pretty bright again. Dial down the game. This is great. I tell you what, I can't tell you how happy I am to have these great volunteers, but have been supplied to us by this wonderful club, and it's made life a lot easier. That's good. Even if we are doing a live camera tutorial as we speak. That being said, no one in this broadcast crew is trained to do any of it. Certainly Sonder is a superstar, world famous photographer, and Petey is a Hollywood trained video guy, but they're on the other boat. The live crew is all self-taught, and that might be why we're able to bring you races like this live when nobody else can seem to do it for less than a lot of money. But that's the Sailing Anarchy way. We make do. We are sailors, and we figure it out, because that's what a sailor does. You figure it out. There is no try. There is only do, as Yoda might say. That was a little chirp like the fire alarm. You know, when the fire alarm, the battery's going down, like all the ones in my house. And don't ever pull those fire alarms off and then throw them out. So we're going to make our way back down to the blue marks here and get nice and close and see what's happening. I'm going to predict right now that Scott Babbage is doing well, because this is where he excels. And we'll see who else is going to make the light air work. Ian Jensen also probably doing well. He is another great light air sailor. But, then again, we saw Nathan Outteridge, who is definitely not at his slimmest at all. With 2 wins over there in the light air on the yellow course. So as we work our way down the course, definitely getting a little lighter, a little streakier. But it seems to me like there's plenty of breeze. Well, yeah, plenty of breeze. Ooh, you know what? Here, I'm going to go sound off here for a minute, and you can keep watching the action, and I'm just going to grab a little wind meter that I got and see how that works. All right, let's All right, here they come. We told you there'd be a big spread because that's what happens when you start a race in 5 knots of breeze. You get a massive spread and a fairly unfair race, but here it is. And these guys are a really long way ahead of the fleet. Don't get far away, just keep going down current. You don't need to get far away. That's good. No, yeah, you're good here. So what do we got here? Okay, is that Dino? It is. It is, right? Looks to me like it. Oh, it's Took. All right, Blair Took. You know, he looks like a young Dean Barker, doesn't he? So Blair Took rounds in first. And Ian Jensen in second. So 249er world champion Helms in first and second. And you saw that tack from Goobs, and not a foiling tack. Same thing from Took. So neither boat able to do a foiling tack, and now they're going down current. And yeah, it's just what we thought. Now here comes Stefano Rizzi. Back up, back up. All right, here comes Stefano, the man, the big boat sailor, the Melga sailor, the One Design sailor. He hates the development in these boats. Don't get any further away from the marks. He hates the development in these boats. He'd be happy if they were all One Design. He loves foiling, he loves sailing them, but he drives him crazy to spend 30 hours of work for an hour of sailing, which is what a lot of guys here do. Nice little puff coming around as the 4th place boat is. Oh, here's Goodison, another Artemis sailor. Paul Goodison, the laser gold medalist, multiple world champion. And you see that Moth flicking forward. See that Moth flicking, the wand flicking forward. I'll get it. Hold on. Oh, I had it. We'll get it again. Go get it again. Oh, you need to just tell them to. Trying to pick up trash. Oh, someone fell down. Who was that? Goody? No, that was Stefano. So Stefano Rizzi dumps it on the tack, and there you go. So really lovely 3rd place. He's happy. Stefano was the top placed Italian in Hawaii and Lake Garda, I believe. I think he was about 20th in both of them, and he's hoping for. We'll see. He's hoping to do well. Rashley coming around as 2nd British, and he seems to be able to hike. Not too hard, but he's hiking. And yeah, we'll see if anyone catches that hat, but you'll get to see a real somersault if they do. Doesn't take much for a Moth to lose. Oh, a little wipeout up there. Doesn't take much for a Moth to lose all lift. One of the reasons Sorrento was a great place to choose is there's no seaweed here. No seagrass, no seaweed, and turns out grass and vegetation in the water is a massive problem for these moths, because one little piece of grass and they lose all their lift. So a strand of seaweed or a plastic bag and you just do a somersault. Is that Gleno? All right. Around also in the top 10. A lot of folks picked him for their dark horse, but I think if you ask people who they want to see win, Glenn is one of their favorites because he's just the friendliest, nicest guy. Also lives just around the corner, just down the Mornington Peninsula a little way. Scott Cotton coming around there and just at the edge of the top 10, and behind him we've got some bright colored. Is that Colin? About 29? Who's that? So Zane from Australia. Then we've got our first South African sailor and our first American, which is Bora Gulari. So Bora just outside the top 10 and first American here. And just behind him, Andrew Chapman. Kiwi just behind him. Is that Razor? 159. It's like Ray Davies, but hard to see from here. Yeah, so that's Razor. just ahead of 143. Steve Thomas and bow 77. That's Tommy Spithill again. And I'll tell you, here's my badness. Poor Scott Babbage, who I picked to be leading this thing, is a long way back. So there comes Chris Rast there around, and just behind him 101. And poor Babbage is really struggling here, probably in 20th position or so. 20, about 20. And you can see not even hiking out. Follow Scott as he goes up a little bit here. So you can see, not you. Yeah, sorry. Marie. So there goes Babbage going upwind. And right into attack. He's one of the best foiling tackles. Foils, even in 6 knots of breeze. He went right into that puff and then tacked. And here comes Freddie Loof, the gold medalist from giving us a little wave. Big, strong star sailor. 24 years he spent trying to win a gold medal and finally won it. You can talk about obsessed. That guy is obsessed. And I've watched him. Here's Matty Knowles. I talked about him as being one of the guys who should do well in this race owing to his light air technique and his light weight. But as you can see, it doesn't matter how light you are. If you don't have the breeze, you're not going to go foiling. So Freddie Loof at almost 200 pounds is ahead of Matty Knowles at about 140. He's looking for he looked for a weed or a bag, like he's looking to see why he can't get up on the foils. Maybe he did catch the hat because the race committee wouldn't let us go get it. So yeah, Matt's trying to figure it out. He's got something on the foiler, or that's what he's looking for. He might have just shaken it off. So a good example of one of the pitfalls of these boats. You can't catch anything. And there he goes. There he goes. Pump, 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 pump. That may be a little bit in excess of what the rules call for. I didn't see it. Did you? And here we've got first Austrian Nico. Looks like Nico Resch to me. Bow 114. Yep. Nico Resch, another 49er stud and a multi-huller. And then we've got bow 103, which is Georgie Pete. That's the bear, the angry bear. George, one of the ABN AMRO 2 crew and a superstar pro sailor. Fastest hands of any guy I've ever seen in the world. Comes another Italian, bow 49. Tom Freddy, another. He's sort of a half Italian. But Tom and Stefano, they oh, look at this action. Okay, this is exciting right here. So that's Slingers in the 132 there, just behind 128. So Jack Sharing to leeward, and let's watch what happens here. They can't go out to the right too far because it's light out there. You sort of expect them to try and tack out early. Look at Slingers. Slingers has some of the best fitness and hiking that I've ever seen in my life, as you would being a multiple laser world champion and gold medalist and all that stuff. But yeah, he is a big boy. He put on all that weight for the America's Cup, and it's hard to take it off. You know, you earn that weight in the gym, and the last thing you want to do is slim down.
His boat speed is twice of what the Australian was.
Yeah. So Slinger's flying, but deep buried in the fleet. We're sort of about halfway through the fleet now. Excuse me. We've got our first, our sort of mid-pack Americans around, and Andrew Campbell. That's a laser champion there as well, and an Oracle sailor, Oracle Team USA. Did they say boat sinking? Yeah. Okay, we just heard that. What was it? 4026.
4236 or something.
All right. So we've got one boat sinking. That happens, I guess. I don't think we'll see that one.
Oh, touch the mark again.
Uh-oh.
L124.
I didn't see anything.
I might be wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to call that from here. I would not call that from here. We just had the call from the top mark. 3991 has rounded for the second time, so they'll be coming back to the finish. And we'll stay with you for the finish. Make sure you can get those first 4 or 5 finishers. And as you can see here, how's that brightness?
This isn't relevant right now, but Alicia commented on the feed.
Oh, sorry, that's great. Okay, well, it was our bad. Gary Hosey is the PRO of the regatta, and he's the guy who really helped out when the existing race officer got hurt. Yeah, so a big thanks to everyone at Moth Worlds. These guys are doing a great job. Bo Outteridge doing some really nice video work, and Terry Martinez has been supporting this class with his great photography for a decade or so, and Alicia Keating from Yachting Victoria doing a lovely job. Who's that?
Okay, good. All right, laptop's on.
But anyways, it's a long week and there's a lot of stories to tell you. Can you get a little closer? It's a long week. There's a lot of stories to tell you here from the Moth Worlds, and it's going to take a Herculean effort, not only from all those guys to tell you those stories, but from our team and anyone else who's assembled here. The Mothies themselves all doing a little bit of tweeting and Facebooking too. A little low riding, and see what happens when a boat goes right around, stays up on the foils. 142. Reese Tailvey. Tom Spithill around again. Yeah, there you go. I thought I saw him before, but maybe not. That's not Tom. Oh, all right. This is Tom. I'll keep an eye on the Spithill boy, the other Spithill boy. Been looking for one of the female Spithills. They're Flying Circus. There you go. That's another one of those faster crafts. But Tommy is, I don't know that he's loving sailing around on low riding, but he's certainly a doer. Representing the Spithill name. I think the oldest sailor in this fleet is probably in their mid-60s. It's pretty amazing, and I think it's Phil Stevenson. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, the Masters Trophy is a fully hard-fought trophy. 45 and older is the Masters Trophy, and it's one of the most competitive ones out here because you've got guys like Stefano Rizzi, who we just saw go around third. You've got, who's 46, and then you've got Amac, who's in his late 50s or 60s, and he's fitter than anyone out there. So really nice battles and really great sailors. A lot of them have been in this class for a long time, even before the foiling days. And that's the Masters battle. My back hurts. How are you feeling? You all right? Got no rain. That makes me happy. But unfortunately no sun either, so that makes all those poor girls on the beach unhappy. 27 minutes, I think, into this race. And the target for these races is about a half hour. 30 to 35 minutes. So I think they're right on schedule for that. I think be interesting, the conversations. We'll walk around the beach, and I think, you guys, the best place to see all the stuff that we start to roll through now that we're getting our feet under us. You'll see probably a dozen interviews today. We'll talk to the class about what they think about the wind limits and whether the race officers are doing the right thing here. And we don't mean to come down on the race officers at all. Let's be frank, I've been to a lot more Moth Worlds than I think most of these race officers have. And I've gotten to sort of be part of these discussions as they happen. And so we've got our finishers coming up. If you are just joining us at like 5 in the morning on the U.S. East Coast, or 2 in the morning on the West Coast, or I don't know, sometime in the day in the UK or anywhere in Australia or New Zealand, thank you for joining us at the Moth World Championship. On me. Thank you for joining us here in Sorrento at the Sorrento Sailing Couta Boat Club for the 2015 Moth World Championship. We do have the first finishers coming in. I don't know who they are yet, but I'm, of course, Mr. Clean, and this is the support with support from Sperry Topsider. This is race 3 of the qualifying series. We have 2 days of qualifiers and then 4 days of finals. Let's spin around here and see who's coming in. And before we had Goobs and Took, right? It looks like Tuke is going to take this one, but it is close. It is close. And who's that? Who's this one right here? All right, that is Arnaud, no, he's around. So Blair Tuke, a really nice one there. The Tuker. Can you go just shoot left here? Spin the boat left for a second. So next behind him will be Ian Jensen. Goose, big smile. Nice one. See, big smile. He just said that was a great race with my mate Gooby. These guys have been competing against each other and friends for years. Spin back around. Let's take a look at. Nice job. There goes Goobs. Ian Jensen. So wire to wire for Blair Tuke and Goobs. Really, really nice work from these boys, these 49er studs. And there's no question that it doesn't come easy to win gold medals and world championships in the 49er. These guys have both done it, and now they have taken out a qualifying race in the Moth Worlds. Poor Zach Maxim. Oh, poor Zach Maxim. I think that was his first lap. Oof. Yeah, we're just listening to a little radio chatter. We just hear rescue boats trying to make sure that they're all on station in case the wind craps out completely, which I think.
Rescue 2.
I love radio chatter.
Rescue 2, West Star. Can I suggest that once our boats have escorted our fleet in, they stay out till everyone gets home, over? Yeah, so I'm good with that.
So there you go, rescue boats, making sure that everyone's taken care of. There are something like 25 rescue boats out here because, the potential is there that if it goes real bad or real light, you could need to tow them all in. You could need to rescue a lot of boats getting blown off to the Melbourne ship terminal. A lot of reasons that it could go bad. We're going to stay here and see who's coming in next. Not a lot of boats. I think we're looking at Japan going the wrong way to the finish. Oh no, he's coming back. He's trying to get ahead of Oss 3779. But I don't even know. Well, it was the first one, the finish. Where's the second? Yeah, all right. So that was that. Now he sees us, and now he's not going to pump anymore. But yeah, you see, I just can't tell if anyone's on the lead lap in this group. I don't think so. Do you? I don't know who would be next on the lead lap. Who's this? Goodison, right? Goodison and Draper, was it?
Yeah, and Chris Rashley. There's Paul.
All right, so there's Goodison, and Rashley certainly was in there, and I think Rast was up there, right?
Yeah, Rashley, I think so.
So Goodison will probably be third, I think. 3 or 4. Nice work from Paul. And yeah, so. Okay, so we think Rashley's coming down, but you can see the spread just from first to third. There was a solid minute and a half. Back some ground as well. He was, again, we saw him in like 20th. He is zooming through the fleet. I don't know if our cameraman can get that, but you just see the 7 behind the fleet.
Racing for today.
Yeah, all racing is over for today, so this is it. We're going to stay here and see. Yeah, here we go. This is a scow in the middle of the pack right here, guys. This is a scow right in the middle of the pack. That is proof that this is not a good Moth race. If a scow is in the middle of the pack, you know that you have not run a good Moth race. Man, oh man, not in this day and age, but boy, it's pretty cool for those scow guys. They're just, you see, bow down, pointing at the mark. And, oof. Not right. Go ahead and come up right in here. Come up right in here, and then kind of flop it over. I'd like to, if it's real close, we can get kind of a nose shot, so you can kind of push up in here. It's not like anyone's coming in downwind from that.
West Tower to West Course boat. Top of course west. And rescue
course area, ready to assist the eastern course boats. Thank you.
Right, so this is the first of the Scow Moths down to the finish line. And look at that arm lean back on the wing. Look at that. It looks so comfy and relaxing. This guy might as well have a tin of beer with him. I swear, I don't know if I'm crazy, but I feel like we've only had 4 finishers, right? I mean, 4 first lap finishers so far. Does that sound about right to you? So I do. I think we've only had about 3 or 4 finishers. And here's Bora Gulari, 2012 world champion, crossing the line. Oh! I don't think he got him. I don't think he got him. But I think Bora got a 4th or so in that one. Not sure. But nice job from the Detroit Sailor here. And we've got the bow 47 coming across the line. Who's that? So these are all first lappers here. Anderson Feathers coming across the line. Yeah, just spin the stern that way and you'll be good. And we've got another good battle here with a Scow Moth and a regular Moth. About bow 130. Okay, so this is Nathan Outteridge's old World Championship winning boat from Lake Macquarie, I believe. That's Jody Shields, legendary Randy from Bang the Corners. And here comes his large body, trickling across the course, trying to chase down the Scow. So, okay, now here's another second leg finisher. Glenn Ashby crossed the line. Stay with Glenn for a second. There goes Glenn-O, one of the favorites in this fleet, and he finishes just ahead of Babbage. So Babbage went from about 20th to maybe 5th or 6th in that race. And you'll see Babbage coming across in a second. How about 159? That's Razor, so Ray Davis with a nice top 10 as well. Here's Rashley as well. Oh, his hair always looks perfect. Look at his hair. Take a look at Rashley's hair here. Always looks perfect. I don't know how he does it, but it does look good. How about this one, 13? So Andrew Chapman with a nice one there. And yeah, that's about your top 10, although again, it's a little hard to tell. Here comes Chris Rast. Follow him nice and close. Here comes the Rast Man from Lake Geneva and Holland, Michigan. Who is? Who is that?
Italian coming? Stefano?
Who's the 422, 222 girl? So Stefano Rizzi also getting into that top 10, it looks like. I think that's right about number 10 right there. And we'll stay out here for a little bit longer and see what happens. But it's been certainly a longer day than any of us expected with the forecast. But boy, it's been a tough one for both race committee and sailors. I think, a lot of people say in all regattas you can't ever win it on the first day, but you can certainly lose it. I don't know that anyone that we saw really lost. I didn't see a lot of breakages, which is nice, and seemed like guys like Babbage who rounded, in bad position, were able to work their way back through the fleet. And certainly all the contenders were, at least the races we watched, were right at the top. So I think, maybe spin this around for us for a second and shoot us. We got a little bit of a gap here. But, what's your last name?
Hyam.
Say again?
Charlie Hyam.
Charlie Hyam. So you're a junior sailor for a long time. What do you think of these Moths, and what have you learned out here watching them?
They're pretty impressive, yeah. I've learned that it's rubbish to sail in light wind, and yeah.
You know what? That no truer word has ever been spoken from the mouth of babes. Yeah, wow, that's pretty perfect though. It's rubbish to sail in light wind. It is rubbish to sail in light wind, and that's why we came to the Mornington Peninsula to sail in big breeze. I'm assured by our hosts that it's coming. And look, we've got 6 good days left, and I'm sure we're going to get some of the most crazy carnage you've ever seen. 160 boats racing at 25. There's just something special about that. But, you know, in the meantime, maybe we won't watch any more boats trickling ourselves and go maybe have a little bit of a drink and prepare for a whole afternoon of interviews and editing and all that good stuff that we media people do throughout the day. When these sailors come in and go pack their boats up, and well, a lot of these guys will still work for a while, but you know, we work till midnight bringing you all the best that we can. So I think we'll take this one off the mic and just give you and let you watch the scenes on the tripod for the rest of the ride into shore. And yeah, thanks very much for joining us, and thanks to all of our watchers around the world, and really especially thanks to all you guys who've been helping to give us feedback, especially on YouTube, but also on Facebook, and those of you with my Skype address or Ronnie's Skype address, and everyone else. It's really helpful, especially the first couple of days when we've got to just rely on you to tell us what's going on, because our systems aren't fully sussed. But yeah, huge thanks, massive thanks, and to Dave and Corey and all the folks at Sperry. If you're watching, and it might be a little bit early for you, but thanks for all your support. Check out Sperry Topsider. They've got things that you would never have believed came out of a shoe that used to be known for being Northeast preppy. It ain't that way anymore, and we're excited to be part of the crew. And also thanks to Bob and the whole Line Honors crew and all the folks there at the Strictly Sail Boat Show coming up for helping to support the sport in every way you can. My name is Mr. Clean. This is On the Water Anarchy from the Moth Worlds, and now we'll just bring you some sights.